Evening, everybody. What the heck happened? Was I on mute? I was on mute. What happened there? But evening, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hope you're all doing well, and I hope you all had a lovely Christmas. This is the last stream of 2022. It seems kind of weird to say that, but yeah, here we are. Next week will be the first week of 2023, and it only just feels like 2022 has started. But nevertheless, it's me, Pete Playtendoguy, and I'm joined by Scott, the movie critic, as our very special guest.
Hello, everyone.
I did it a little bit differently this week, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hey, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
I hope you're all doing well, and thanks for joining the stream, Scott. It's always a pleasure to have you on the stream. Hope you've been keeping well.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, Pete. Always great to be on here.
Yep, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, mate. What was I going to say? Before we get on to the comments, as always, I'd like to ask, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Whether first-time watches or films that you've just seen because it's Christmas. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So I just finished watching the first Harry Potter again. I just thought I kind of like those films, so I'd give them another watch before I have to go back to work. And yeah, I watched the first two Toy Story movies, watched a couple of animated Disney movies. I watched Aladdin, Lion King, Pocahontas, and The Hunchback. And yesterday I watched that movie that everyone's talking about and saying just positive things about it, the Triple R movie. And yeah, what everyone's saying about it is all true. It's a fantastic film.
Really good selection of stuff there. Yeah, I keep hearing everybody says it's like one of their films of the year. The action is so over the top.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything that's been said about it, I agree with. I think it's a great film.
Is it like a Bollywood film? So is there a lot of singing and dancing in it?
There is a bit, but there's not. If that kind of thing puts you off, I don't think the movie's going to put you off. There is a little bit of it in there, but I think the main focus is just a kick-ass story.
It seems like the two leading guys have a great chemistry there, and it's just a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, really good film.
I'll have to check that out. And the Disney selection there, great picks there. Pocahontas is definitely an underrated one. Always enjoyed that.
Yeah, I remember seeing it at the cinema for the first time, and it's not one I grew up with. I think I saw it at the cinema in full, and the next time I saw it was about 2012. But yeah, I think it's a fantastic film. I think it goes a bit under the radar, I think, in terms of animation, because it's got some really good stuff in there.
I definitely do agree with you there. It's one of the lesser talked about Disney films, I agree. What about you, Mike? What have you watched over the past week?
So on Christmas Day, with the family, we watched The Lost City. Is it with Sam? Is it called The Lost City? The one with Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
It was okay. It was fine. I'll probably forget about it in like a few weeks' time, but yeah, it was fine. And then the same evening we watched Home Alone 2. Not 1, we just went straight to 2. Yeah, just a Christmas classic, that one. And yeah, what else? Yeah, today whilst I was working, I watched Airplane. I picked up the premium Blu-ray the other day. So yeah, I was just watching that whilst working, and yeah, that's another comedy classic.
Very nice selection there. I've never seen Airplane. Never seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I know some of the. I know one of the lines is Shirley, don't call me Shirley or something.
Yeah, that's one of the famous lines. Yeah, but yeah, there's so many moments like that in the film. It's really silly, but if you like things like like Naked Gun, it's the same kind of humor.
That sounds good. And Lost City, did you enjoy it? It was something like Jewel of the Nile, isn't it? Something similar to that, I'd assume.
It reminded me of Romance in the Stone. It was basically the exact same plot. Like Sandra Bullock was kind of like the same character as Kathleen Turner's one in that film. But yeah, it was all right. It was nothing special, but it was fine.
I know Daniel Radcliffe plays the villain, and that's always been quite an intriguing prospect, considering he's always
Yeah.
been Harry Potter.
Yeah, I can't really take him seriously as a villain, but yeah, he was all right in it.
I think he's one of the actors that, because he's so well known as Harry Potter, that will never escape him.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott? What have you watched over the past week?
I watched Christmas Vacation for the first time on Christmas Eve, and that was a really fun time. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
Oh, brilliant. What were
And
some of your favourite moments in that? And
probably a bit when he just goes mental towards the end. That really famous scene that everyone knows from the film. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I agree. Anything else you watched?
Yeah, I watched Pearl last night, and I thought that was excellent. Really good prequel to X there.
Thought it was better than X or about the same?
I would say about the same, but I think I might slightly have preferred Pearl.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I know the timeline of Pearl looks really good, and as Andy said, the Blu-ray looks incredible.
It does look good on Blu-ray, yeah.
Nice, very good. Anyway, before we get into the comments, Scott, as you have been on the stream for a little while, why don't you promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, sure. So my YouTube channel is Scott The Movie Critic. I done quite a few videos, such as ranking videos and collection videos, stuff like that. But my main focus at the moment is my Friday night live stream series, which is a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing those.
Yeah. If anybody hasn't checked out Scott's live streams, they're really a lot of fun. They're every Friday night at 8 o'clock. Am I right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he has loads of brilliant guests on and some great topics. So if you haven't checked out Scott's channel, go and check it out. His link's in the description down below. And Andy and Mike's links are also in the description down below, so give them all a sub. They all are great channels. So yeah.
Cheers, Pete.
Cheers, Pete.
I've actually forgot about talking about what I've watched. I'm moving away already. So I've actually, for a change, watched a lot of films instead of just watching one. I've actually watched quite a few. I watched Christmas Vacation on Christmas Day. Loved it. Definitely one of now the Christmas mainstays for me. Such a funny film. So many different antics that happens in it. Just loved it. And the ending was brilliant. The tempo just kept going up and up and up, and the finale, brilliant. But it was very Christmassy and had a lot of heart in it. And you can tell the John Hughes script was put to good use. I also watched all the Die Hard films. Yes, even the fifth one for some reason. First one's a classic. Second one, I haven't seen it in years, but it's gone up a heck of a lot in my opinion. It's a really good, solid sequel. It is, and it feels like it has more to do with Christmas than the first one. Third one's brilliant with Samuel L. Jackson. Fourth one, not too bad. I do enjoy that one, but it's nowhere near as good as the other three. And the fifth one, well, the less said about that one, the better. And I'm now working on the Lethal Weapon series. I watched the first one the other night. Loved it. I think Mel Gibson and whatever his name is work so well together. Really do enjoy
Danny
that.
Glover, I think.
Danny Glover, that's it. They work really well together. The soundtrack is great. Eric Clapton did the soundtrack, so that's no surprise there. I'm pretty certain Sting is on one of the soundtracks, like the third one.
Yeah,
or
it's
the
the
fourth
third one. Yeah.
And then I was going to watch the second one last night, but I fell asleep whilst watching it. So that was a good start. But yeah, I'm going to go and rewatch that probably tomorrow night or at the weekend. And I also went to the cinema for once and watched the new Whitney Houston biopic, What a Dance with Somebody. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It comes from the school of Bohemian Rhapsody of sugarcoating biopics, but it's not too bad. I enjoyed it. The girl who plays her is incredible. I honestly think she's got a good career. Angela Bassett, I think. She's got a good career ahead of her. And Stanley Tucci was really good in it as well. Not too bad. So yeah, let's go on to the comments now. If it's going to work. Right. Then, where are we? My phone's playing up tonight. First up, we have The View with Drew. Hey, what's up? Hey, Drew. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Hope you had a nice Christmas,
Hey,
mate.
Drew.
The View with Drew says, my Christmas was great. I got some Blu-ray movies for Christmas, and one movie was that was running late came yesterday. Oh, that's good to hear. What films did you get, mate? We've got True Action Star the Dalles here saying, "Hey, Playtendoguy and friends. Hey, mate. Hope you're doing
Hello,
well."
mate.
He says, "Hope you all had a fantastic Christmas. And what did you guys get?" I've got a load of T-shirts I'll probably never wear. I'm like films, I never see them, and T-shirts. I have about 200 T-shirts.
Wow,
I
that's a
do.
lot.
Yeah, I do have about 200 T-shirts, and most of them, half of them, have still got the tags on, and some of them were bought about 10 years ago. So yes, it's pretty bad with that, but there's some really nice T-shirts, and I will be wearing them. Got a couple of films and a few games and some money. What about you, Scott? What did you get? And how was your
I got
Christmas?
quite a lot of films, a few T-shirts, and a Warriors poster, which was pretty cool as well.
What poster?
Warriors, the film.
Oh, the Warriors. Oh, very nice indeed. Andy, what about you?
I didn't get anything in terms of movies because people don't tend to buy me movies, but yeah, I just got some Christmas money. So yep, just got to decide what to spend that on.
Hopefully there'll be plenty more to come out, so you can get some stuff with it.
Yeah, let's hope so. I'm hoping we get some new releases soon. Like there's some movies I want to come out. Like I hope we get a 4K of The Menu because I would pick that up on a heartbeat.
Yeah, hopefully so, because I see Disney are bringing out the Banshees of Inisherin now on Blu-ray. So come on, give us the
good.
Menu, and
Yeah.
give us Barbarian as well. Come on,
Yes,
Disney.
definitely.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What did you get for Christmas?
Same kind of things, really. I got some money, some T-shirts, got a couple of games, and yeah, just like a few little bits, really. Not really any movies, because I think same with me. People don't really tend to buy me movies. I tend to just get money for them, and then I'll buy them myself. But yeah, just the usual sort of stuff for Christmas.
Ah, good to hear. Right. We also have True Action Star saying, what have you took part in any of the Boxing Day sales? Yeah, I popped out on Boxing Day, went to HMV and got what's it, Raw deal on Blu-ray for $7.99. But honestly, the HMV sale's been pretty crap, to be honest. Most of the prices were as they were before Christmas. Though Amazon's had a few decent deals on, but nothing really much else. What about you, Scott?
No, I haven't really been on the Boxing Day sales, to be fair. But I did order Swirl, which is coming tomorrow.
Oh, you got Swirl. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. I can't wait for the sequel, Twirl. What about you, Andy?
No, I didn't. I haven't really been out to the shops, but I went to town today. But there was just nothing that caught my eye. But I did order off Amazon Christmas Vacation and Elf on 4K. Because I had Elf on Blu-ray and the transfer of it is atrocious on Blu-ray. Like it doesn't look much better than DVD. Really? So I put the 4K in, see what it looked like, and yeah, that's a massive step up. It looks so much better. So it's worth investing in, I think, the 4K for Elf.
Oh, very nice. How was Christmas Vacation on 4K?
Yeah, looks really good. Really good. The Blu-ray, I've never had a problem with it, but the 4K is what you'd expect it to be.
Oh, that's good to hear. Hopefully, if that drops down a little bit in the year, I'll probably pick that up, because that's a film I'm probably going to watch every year now. It's supposed to take me so long to watch it.
I think they're both on 2 for $30 at the minute with HMV.
That's not too bad. Too bad. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. And what about you, Mike? You took part in any of the sales?
Not really, no. I did go to HMV on Boxing Day, but I picked up a couple of movies that had come out on that day. But yeah, the sale wasn't really anything special. I think most of the stuff, it was just like a couple of quid knocked off, wasn't it? It wasn't really anything special.
Most of the films that were like on the 2 for 20 are now 10 quid each, so that deal was essentially still going on. The only thing that seems to be on offer is probably CDs and a few vinyls. There's no big drastic discounts, which is a shame.
Yeah.
I think this year the best sales were probably Black Friday with that 20% off.
Yeah.
We have True Action Star saying, "Hey, forgot more movies," aka the dude.
Okay. Hey.
We have movie chats here, both the Steves, evening all. Hey guys, hope you're both doing well. We've got Tim Yong-un Productions here saying, "Hello all, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you, mate. Hope you're well." DPD from Film Bloke says, "Evening, I just hit the awkward silence." Yeah, for some reason I was on mute. StreamYard didn't want me to talk. Probably that was a good thing. Tim Youngian says, "Seeing as we're near the end of the year and about to enter 2023, what are everyone's top 3 favourite films of the year?" Oh, good question there. Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, so at number 3 I've got Top Gun Maverick, which was probably one of the most fun experiences I've ever had at a cinema, to be honest. Just great fun. Second, I've got a Batman, which I thought was excellent, one of my favourite superhero movies of all time. And first place, Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I thought was really creative and really well done.
Great list there, Scott. I really do think they are some of the best of the year. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I might have to go with Top Gun as well. Maybe RRR and possibly The Menu, I think, for me.
Oh, that's good. I did watch Jeremy Jones' top 10 films of the year, and he mentioned The Menu, saying it was a really good film.
Yeah.
Seemed to be popping up in a lot of people's top 10 lists.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm seeing The Northman come out on the number 1 spot for a lot of people, which is
quite
for
surprising. Him as well. It was It's definitely up there for me. It's probably top 5. Very good film.
Great film.
Yeah, very good film.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's still quite a lot of movies from this year I need to catch up on, but at the moment, I'd probably say Top Gun, X, and probably Avatar 2 for me.
Oh, that's good to see Avatar 2 get some love. I know you went to see it. You were really impressed with it. Didn't you give it like 4 out of 5 on Letterboxd or something?
Yeah, it's like 4 out of 5. I do kind of feel like it's one of those movies that maybe when it comes out on physical and I watch it again, I might not enjoy it as much. I feel like I'll have the same experience I had with the first Avatar movie because when I loved that one when I saw it in the cinema, but when I watched it at home, I wasn't as big a fan. I'm hoping it's not the case for the sequel. I do think it's a better movie than the first one.
No, that's good. Hopefully it'll come out on physical soon. I see it's hit over $1 billion at the box office now, so it's only halfway to make its money back. So it seems like we are going to get all 18 sequels.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Probably when it comes out on physical, we'll probably get an extended edition as well.
Yeah. Didn't he say like Avatar 3, the first cut of it is like 9 hours or something?
Yeah, he said it was like 9 hours long. I don't know who the heck's going to sit there for 9 hours. My word. What could the plot be? That's the thing. To make it warrant 9 hours. Makes it feel like a TV show more than anything.
Yeah.
For me, top 3 films. That's a hard question. I'm probably going to say I'm going to go with The Batman, number 3. Thought it was an excellent superhero film, the best of the year. Felt more like a detective film more than anything. And I love how it felt like the Arkham games. 2, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Incredibly creative film, unlike anything I've seen in a long while. Definitely way better than the multiverse of mildness. And I'll also say, what's it called now? Top Gun Maverick as my favourite. Just pure fun. I've seen it about 3 or 4 times this year, and I'm enjoying it every single time. It's just a fun, enjoyable film that puts a smile on your face. We have True Action Star of the Dow saying, "Playtendoguy, I watch your mates stream Ryan Christmas Eve. Nice chap. Me and the guys were singing your praises and your relationship history. Ha ha ha." Okay. Yep. Nothing surprises me with Ryan's stream. I'll have to check that one out later and see what details have been revealed to the world. Hopefully nothing much. Next up, we've got Danny here from This Is My Life. The pig juice Pete. Hi, guys. Hi, Danny. No pig juice tonight, just water. And that's how it's going to stay for a long while. Tim Young in production says, also, just wanted to see if any of you have seen or finished Chainsaw Man. The show just had its last episode, and I figured if you guys haven't seen it, you probably should get on it, lol. Am I right in thinking that's an anime?
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I've seen pictures of it. It looks batshit crazy. I think it's like basically just a guy with like a chainsaw for a head, I think. Yeah, other than that, I don't really know much else about it.
Oh, well, if it's anime and it sounds as wacky as that, I'll sign you up. Have you seen it, Scott?
I haven't, no. I've heard of it,
No.
though, I think.
Damn. What about you, Andy? Have you heard of it?
I might have heard of it in passing, but I've got no clue what it's about.
I'm going to gather this is on probably Netflix or Amazon Prime. So if you tell us, Tim, what streaming service it's on, I'll definitely check it out. We have Edward here saying, everyone, hope you are all well and had a lovely Christmas. I got my first ever Arrow Blu-ray this Christmas. I was wondering if you recommend anything else on Arrow. I'm getting there. Right, let me control myself. That's good to hear, Edward. Hope you had a great Christmas yourself, mate. And what was your first Arrow that you got? Scott, have you got any recommendations on the Arrow label?
I would say first Demons film is definitely worth a watch. That's a great fun film. I really enjoy that one. The Burning's also a great slasher film from the 80s that I really enjoy. So yeah, they're two great choices there.
Good selection there. I do like Demons. People say about Terrifier 2, but I find the first Demons real brutal and nasty. Some of the practical effects in that are pretty rough.
Yeah.
I went into it seeing Dario Argento. I was like, oh, this is going to be quite good. And I was like, yeah, it's not too bad. Then we got to some scenes like, fuck me, that's a bit rough. Jeez. I was shocked by the gore in it, but incredible film. But The Burning, I haven't seen that yet, but I've heard that's like one of the best sort of underrated slashers of the 80s, and it's got a very notable scene in it.
Yeah, it's got a very memorable scene in that film, definitely.
Ah. What about you, Andy? What Arrow recommendations would you say?
Yeah, there's a few by Joe Dante, The Burbs, Matinee is a great film. Heathers looks great on Blu-ray.
Heathers is a great film.
Yeah. The 4K release of RoboCop is phenomenal. I think that's the best that movie's ever going to look. The new one that they've released, the Robin Hood, looks great, fantastic. Psycho 2, phenomenal horror sequel. Elvira was a lot of fun. Yeah, that's all that comes to mind at the minute.
That's a great selection there. So many great titles there. I still haven't seen Elvira, but I've seen clips of it. It does look fun.
Yeah, so I'd recommend Society as well. I fucking love that film.
Wonderful
I'm
ending.
intrigued by that film by the cover itself. It looks quite interesting.
I adore that movie. It's David Cronenberg meets Baywatch. It's the best way I can describe it. Yeah.
Fuck. Now I'm just thinking of David Hasselhoff and Pamela Anderson as the members of Society. Oh my god. Well, oh dear. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, it's a really tough question because there's just so many movies, like so many great movies that Arrow have released, and it's just hard to narrow it down to one. I'd probably just say like any of the Dario Argento movies. They did a lot of Brian De Palma movies that are really good. Yeah, there's just so many. Phantasm. There's some great spaghetti westerns they've done. Yeah, it's hard to narrow it down to just one. So yeah, I'd just say something like that.
Oh, good selection. Yeah, that's the thing with the Arrow label. There's so many great titles on there. I know there is a lot of rubbish on there, but even the rubbish can be quite entertaining. For me, some of the highlights probably have to be Horror Express. I think that's a. You got some nuts. That's good to hear. Fair enough. Nothing just telling me he's got nuts. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, Horror Express, great thing on the train. The Hounds of the Baskervilles, very old film, set in the come out in the 50s, but Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, great adaptation. Hellraiser trilogy, that's good. Cool. True Romance, probably my favorite film on the label. There's a couple of good Japanese Yakuza films that are great. Graveyards of Honor is good fun. Battle Royale. And also Wild Things is very memorable and a nice film for a long, cold winter's night.
Jeez. You know.
Oh dear. DVD from Film Blog says, for Christmas films, I saw Jack Frost, the Killer Snowman movie was really fun. Yes, I have seen that one. That's pretty bad, but pretty good at the same time. I do enjoy that one. Came out around about the same time as the Michael Keaton one, didn't it? That Michael Keaton snowman, the snowman itself looks horrific and terrifying. What about you, Scott? Have you seen both the Jack Frost films?
I haven't seen either, I don't think, no.
To be honest, if I had a kid, I'd probably show him the horror one instead of the Michael Keaton one. That one gave me nightmares as a kid. What about you, Andy? Have you seen either of them?
I've only seen the Michael Keaton one.
Ah. What did you thought of the Michael Keaton one?
It's it is what it is. I don't think it's particularly good, but it's alright. I don't even really associate that film with Christmas, to be honest.
Nah, that's true.
I think it's just because it's got snow in it. That's why people think it's a Christmas film.
Wasn't it supposed to be George Clooney as the snowman instead of Michael Keaton?
I have no idea.
I heard someone told me it was supposed to be George Clooney. It kind of makes sense because the snowman kind of looks a bit like him. What about you? What about you, Mike?
No, I've only seen the Michael Keaton one as well. I always remember seeing the cover for the horror Jack Frost one, and I always remember thinking, oh, that looks fucking awful, that movie. So I've just never bothered with it. But yeah, the Michael Keaton one's okay.
We've got Danny saying, I picked up the Terminator set, never watched them before, can't wait to get in them. Wow, you've never seen Terminator film? Oh, you're in for a treat, mate. Wow, you're in for a treat with the first two, and then it kind of goes downhill from there. But the third one, and is it not Genesis, Salvation, aren't too bad. They do get some bad rap, but they're all right. But Genesis and Dark Fate, not too keen on them. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, first one's an all-time classic. Always really enjoyed the first one, and the second one's probably one of my favourite films of all time. Just one of the most fun action movies ever, in my opinion. Third one's not too bad, but it's not aged very well at all, in my opinion. Fourth one's not very good, and I haven't bothered with the last two.
Yeah, pretty good much there. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, the first two are like the Godfather of sci-fi action movies. They're just two of the best movies ever made by James Cameron. It's a shame he's left Terminator to do Avatar, which is sacrilege in my opinion. But the other four movies they're just mediocre, I think. The other ones. But yeah, 1 and 2 are the only two worth watching, I think.
Yeah, you're right there. For me, it was Genesis was the hardest one to get through. The one with Matt Smith, I think he was in it. Oh, I just could not stand that one at all. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, the first two are classics. Say No More, they're just classic movies. I mean, the third one's okay, but it basically is just a copy of the second one. But I do really like the ending to it. I think it's got a pretty cool ending. It's kind of dark. The fourth one, I've not seen it since I saw it at the cinema, and I don't really remember liking it that much. And yeah, Genesis, that movie's just a mess. Like, I don't know what they were trying to achieve with that movie. It's just an outright mess. And then Dark Fate was just, it was okay, but I'll probably never watch it again.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I watched it and I was like, this felt like a Terminator film until like part way into the film. It's
Yeah.
just, I just feel like with each entry, they're trying to milk the success of Terminator 2 and make Terminator 2 for a new generation, but they just can never crack it.
Mm-hmm.
We got True Action Salvador saying, what is your favourite Pixar film? For me, it's going to be in between Toy Story 2. Always loved that film as a kid, my favourite of the Toy Story films. And Up. I just love it. The Carl and is it the lad and the little dog, Doug the dog. Great fun film, and probably the most heartbreaking opening to a film I've ever seen, especially for a kids' film. First 10 minutes, I was bawling, absolutely crying my eyes out. What about you, Scott?
My favourite is probably the first Toy Story, to be fair. It's the one that I probably saw first, and it's the one that I grew up watching the most. So yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for that one.
Oh, that's good. Very good film.
Yeah,
What about
definitely.
you, Andy?
My favorite is Toy Story 2. It's either probably between that or the first one. But I just think Toy Story 2 does everything a sequel should do. It could have very easily have repeated the first movie and had Buzz think he's a space ranger and do that whole story again, and it didn't do that. It did something creative, and it gave Woody a backstory he didn't even know he had. It has one of the most satisfying scenes in movies ever when Woody's getting fixed. It just does everything a sequel should do.
Yep, I agree with you there. The whole bit where he's fixing Woody, so good on VHS, but now like watching it on Blu-ray and 4K, it looks incredible. Always loved that scene. And Jesse's backstory, always found that quite heartbreaking. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think for me, I think for nostalgic reasons, Toy Story 1 and 2. But more recently, I'd say Coco. That's a Pixar movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I really love that one. That's a good movie.
I haven't seen that one. That's one of the more recent ones, isn't it? Like Mexican Day of the Dead sort of celebrations, weren't it?
Yeah. It's cool.
We've got Tim Young in production saying, I saw It's a Wonderful Life for the first time on Christmas. Surprisingly awesome and lives up to the hype. Oh, wow. That's great to hear, mate. You're not the first one who's watched that for the first time. I know Big Paulie watched it for the first time this year, and he absolutely loved it. It's one of his all-time favourite Christmas films now. So it's good to see the film getting a new audience every year, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. For me, I like it, but it's not one of the go-to Christmas films for me. What about you, Scott?
I haven't seen it before, but I've seen a couple scenes of people watching it on TV in other movies, so which is quite funny. But I do own the 4K of it, which I got on Christmas Day, so looking forward to watching that next year.
That's good. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, it's a classic, but for me, it doesn't have the rewatch value. I don't watch it every year. I not watch it even every 2 years, maybe like every 5 or 6. Because it's a fantastic film. I'm not taking anything away from it in terms of the way it's made, but for me personally, I just don't go back to it a hell of a lot. It just doesn't have that rewatch factor.
Yeah, I can get that. Mike?
I'm the same, really. I like it, but I don't love it. It's not one I go back to all that often.
Yeah, for me, it's one that if it's on the TV, I'll probably give it a watch. But if there's something else on, I'll probably watch that instead. A Christmas film I more enjoy. It's a very good film, but for me, it's just not one of my faves. We have DVD from Film Bloke says, I saw the original Miracle on 34th Street, which had its dull moments, but it's really charming. Largely thanks to Edmund Wen as Chris Kringle. Yeah, I enjoyed the original. I think that and its remake are both as good as each other. I know the remake had Richard Attenborough in it, and He's great in it. And wasn't the girl who played Matilda in it as a little girl?
Yeah.
Mm.
Mara
Yeah,
Wilson.
that's the name. Yeah, both really good films. Haven't seen the original in a long while, but I did watch the remake a couple of years ago. Still holds up. What about you, Scott?
Never watched it before, but I've heard it's really good, and I do want to get around to watching it at some point.
That's cool. You in for a treat? Andy, what about you?
I can't remember if I've seen the original or not. I always get confused between that and Mr. Deeds. But the remake's one I watch. I watch that like every couple of Christmases.
Yeah, I'm the same. Mike, what about you?
I've only seen the remake. I don't think I've seen the original. Yeah, the remake's okay.
We have Sinjin here saying, "Hey guys, hope you all had a great Christmas." Oh. Hey Sinjin, hope you had a good Christmas too, mate. Danny says, DVD and film bloke, the original 34th Street is my favourite movie for Christmas. Oh, brilliant. It's good to hear, mate. We have Evander here, Slayer Review, saying, Evening Legends, hope you had a great Christmas. Hey,
Hello,
Evander.
Hey, Evander.
Hope you well, mate. Yeah, I hope you had a good Christmas too. I remember you did your Christmas stream. That was very good. I enjoyed that. We've got Dow's here saying, what is your favourite Rocky film? I'll let Scott go first. Where is he? There, he's there. So, what's your...
It'd probably have to be the third one for me. I just rewatch that all the time, and I love the story of Apollo Creed training with Rocky. I think that's great. But a close second would be a fourth one because that's a lot of fun as well.
Great pick there. The third one's just so good. It has so many iconic moments in there, heartbreaking moments. Mr. T, Hulk Hogan. Oh, I want to watch it again.
Yeah, that sounds great. I love that.
Yeah, so good. And the good twist of getting Rocky and Apollo to work together, him training up Rocky was a great move there. Really enjoyed that. And then Eye of the Tiger, who can forget that soundtrack?
One of my favourite songs ever, that.
Yep, classic song. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, growing up, when I first watched them, I always went back and watched 3 and 4 the most. So I'd have to say they're my favorite. I just find them the two most entertaining of the Rocky films. I think the first one's probably the best made film. 2 is a decent sequel. But there are parts of 5 that I actually really like. Like, I think it's the weakest movie, but there are still things in 5 that I really do enjoy. But 3 and 4, the just entertainment factors off the charts with those 2 movies for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Two of the best villains in the franchises as well, with Clubber Lang and Ivan Drago. Just love them.
Yep, I agree there. The Ivan Drago is such a bastard and so selfless in the fourth one. You really do. Pleased for Rocky when he does eventually win against him. And again, the soundtrack there is montage after montage of great music in that film, and its lean running time of 90 minutes just makes it a perfect watch.
Yeah,
No Easy Way Out's a great song.
Yeah, Rocky 4 has one of the best movie soundtracks ever.
Yeah, probably is my favourite soundtrack, to be fair.
And who can forget the Paulie robot? They took him out of the director's cut. They should have kept him in.
Yeah, I like the robot.
It's just pure 80s, so just keep the robot in. I watched the director's cut. It was a more serious one, and there were some moments in it I liked, but it was very similar to the first one, and I prefer the original cut. Did you see the director's cut, Scott?
I did. I thought it was really good, but yeah, I'm always probably going to go back to theatrical, to be fair.
Did you see the director's cut, Andy?
No, I didn't get around to seeing it.
Yeah. And what about you, Mike? What's your favourite Rocky film?
Yeah, I mean, the first one's probably the best film, but for me, the one I loved the most as a kid was Rocky 4. Like you guys say, that soundtrack is it's off the charts. Just so many great songs. I remember I used to I used to watch the movie and I used to like just fast forward to all the scenes that had the songs and just listen to them. I love that movie. I've seen the director's cut for it as well, and I thought it was okay, but it was a bit too serious for me. I think the movie just works better as a more light-hearted, cheesy film. But yeah, I love Rocky 4.
Great pick there. For me, it's a hard pick to choose because the whole Rocky franchise, bar 5 give and take, it's a very good franchise. I don't think there's really a bad film between them. The first one is definitely the best film out of all of them. It's such a passion project and a true underdog story. The second one's a really good follow-up and just as good as the first one. Third one, it's a lot more fun, a lot more going on, and the fourth one is just, as we all said, pure 80s fun. Rocky 5 for me was the one that I just couldn't get into. That whole thing about him losing everything, it just didn't work with me. It was a cool idea, sending him back to his roots, but the way they did it just didn't work for me. Rocky Balboa was a nice return to form, though. I think that's very underrated. But best film for me, I'm going to have to say the fourth one as well. But the best film is probably the first one, but the most fun is the fourth one. So I'm going to say the fourth one.
I really like the gritty look to Rocky Balboa. I think it has really good cinematography in that film.
Yeah, I must admit the fight at the end was really good, and finding out more about the characters who were in the original film, it was nice to hear from them. Like, but the woman who owns the shop or whatever, who was in it, I can't remember her name, but there were some nice nods to the previous films, shall we say.
It's quite good that there's only one movie in that franchise that sucks.
Yeah. And you could essentially say that there's now 9 films with the Creed films as well, and they have all kept up really good. And we've got Creed 3 coming out next year, and that looks a solid follow-up. No
I can't
Stallone
wait
though.
for that film. I'm buzzing for that.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Isn't Michael B. Jordan apparently directing that as well?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Right, we have Rogue Does Reviews here saying, "Hi, I've decided to invest my Christmas money into an annual subscription Odeon Limitless card, as I know I have an Odeon Lux multiplex a 5-minute walk away from my house." Oh, that's cool to hear. Oh, is that one of those ones that's in like 4DX with like the special rumble seats and all sorts of doohickeys or whatever? Ah, that sounds good. I've never been to the Odeon. Have you guys been to an Odeon before, Scott?
No, never been to an Odeon. I've only been to Cineworld.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've got one of those Limitless cards with Odeon. I've had mine about 6 years now. Worth every penny.
Yeah. What's it? You just pay a certain amount a month and you see as many films as you like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's good. You get a discount off food?
Yep.
Oh, that's all right. And what about you, Mike? Have you been to an Odeon before?
Yeah, been to Odeons before, but the cinema closest to me is a Cineworld, so I tend to just go to that one these days.
Right. We have DVD Rumble. It says, "I saw a French animated film called Les Maîtres du Temps." Yeah, brilliant French pronunciation. Called The Masters of Time in English, from the director of Fantastic Planet. Whilst it's not as good as FP, it's still very good. Haven't heard of that one. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
Scott?
No.
I think I've read The Fantastic Planet, though.
Yeah. Rogue says, "I've just discovered that my local Odeon isn't showing Babylon, so I might have to go to the Swansea Odeon instead." Oh yeah, that's that new Margot Robbie one with Tobey Maguire in it. That looks quite good. When I did go to my local cinema, they weren't showing it, so is it out yet? If it is, I may go and see it. Are you going to go see Babylon, Scott?
Yeah, probably. It looks quite interesting. Looking forward to watching it.
Yeah. What about you, Andy? You go see it?
Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. It's Damien Chazelle, so yeah.
Oh, that's good. And Mike, are you going to go see Babylon?
I think I'll probably wait until that one comes out on physical. I'm not really in a rush to see it.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be another long film at about 3 hours long, but it looks quite interesting from the trailers.
Yeah.
We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey fellas, happy Wednesday, and I hope you're all doing well, and everyone in the comments." Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate.
Yeah, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Rogue says, "Pete, do you have your pig juice at hand?" No. No, unfortunately, after the stream, it went one place in the fucking bin, and that's where it's staying. Nah, just water tonight. No pig juice. Not
I
for a
feel
long
like
while.
everybody's going to remember that from the stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's just going to be Pete the Pig Juice Kid or some shit like that. Apparently, M&S does spicy sweets now, like really spicy, and I've kind of talked myself into trying some of them on a future live stream now with Danny. Danny mentioned it, so that's going to be a fun one. But next up, we have Dr. Impossible here. What was the tagline for Airplane 2, the sequel? For the ride of your life, all you need for Christmas are your 2 front seats. And not forgetting William Shatner. Evening, Dr. Impossible. Hope you're well. DVD from Book says, I also watched an appealing animated short called The Christmas Tree. Nostalgia Critic reviewed it ages ago. The animation is crap as well as the script and the acting, but it's funny in how bad it is. It kind of sounds familiar to me, but I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen The Christmas Tree?
No.
I've seen the I've seen the Nostalgia Critics review of it, and it looks absolutely god awful. That it just looks so funny how bad it is.
I'll probably have to check out his review.
Yeah, there's that one I've heard of, and there's one called Rhapsody Street Kids, and the animation just looks horrific. Like it just looks like nightmare fuel.
Right, I think I've got it popping up there on the computer. Oh my days, it looks like horrific. Ever the heck is it? Turn that off. No sleep tonight. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I won't be watching that one, and but you do get loads of these like kids' cheap animated films that look like a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
We have Danny here saying Die Hard isn't a Christmas film. I think it is. Yeah, it's not a traditional Christmas film, but it's a film that you can get a little bit extra out of Christmas, especially if you're not a real fan of Christmas movies per se, with all the happiness and all that. Die Hard is like an unorthodox Christmas film. Same with Lethal Weapon. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you just said there, Pete, to be honest.
What about you, Andy? Would you say Die Hard's a Christmas film?
Well, I watched it Christmas Day, so what does that tell you?
Yeah, I watched them over Christmas as well. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I've kind of come to the conclusion that I don't think it's a Christmas movie, but I do think it is a movie that people watch at Christmas, and I guess it's kind of there is sort of a difference there, I suppose. So yeah, I just say I can understand why people would watch it at Christmas, but I wouldn't say it's like a traditional Christmas movie.
Yeah, definitely. Comments have all gone weird. What's going on here? DVD from Film Bloke says, watch Miss Mavilda. Miss Mavilda is the best part of the Christmas tree. She's so cartoonishly evil. All she needed was a mustache. Oh wow.
Yeah, I think she's like she like runs this orphanage for like these kids, but like every time she gets donations and money, she just gambles it away. Like she's a horrible bastard.
Wow, she sounds like a right cunt. DVD for Bloke says, yes, it is about Die Hard isn't a Christmas film.
Oh, fucking hell. I was not expecting that.
You have a way with words, Pete. Look,
you
do what?
Yeah.
Oh dear. The True Action Star of the Dow says the wife is with me tonight, so I'm on my best behaviour. Haha. Evening to your wife. Danny says DVD for Film Vote. We could debate this for hours, but let's look at it logical. Well, yeah. It's always a heated topic. Everybody always talks about it at Christmas. It's always gonna be there. I can see both people's point of views. DVD Perform Bloke says, I thought about it logically, and it is. So is Lethal Weapon and Batman Returns. Yes, Batman Returns is a Christmas film as well, if you want to say it. We have Terence here saying, hello, everyone. Thumbs up. Hey, Terence. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Terence.
DVD for Film Blog. Sorry, Dr. Impossible says Die Hard is a Christmas film. Always has been a Christmas film, just like White Christmas is a Christmas film. Yeah, I can get that. I do like White Christmas. That's one of those golden oldies I do like watching when it's on Channel 4. I do record it. Do you like White Christmas, Scott?
I've never actually watched it before.
Huh? You're in for a treat there. Some great songs in there.
Yeah,
Though the song White Christmas actually didn't originate from there. It originated from Holiday Inn, if I'm
I think
not
so,
mistaken.
yeah.
What about you, Andy? Have you seen White Christmas?
Yeah, but similar to It's a Wonderful Life, just doesn't have the rewatch value for me.
Yeah, I can get that. It's quite a long film as well, at 2 hours, and it kind of does drag a bit, but that's a good film. What about you, Mike? You seen it?
No, I don't think I've seen that one. I can't even place it, to be honest. Who's in that one?
Bing Crosby,
Bing
innit?
Crosby.
Yeah, okay.
We have Dr. Impossible saying, all right, Terence. Danny says, I shall do a video on Die Hard and if it's a Christmas film, lol, and some in-depth research. Oh, well, I'll look forward to it, Danny. I think it will be something that everybody will be talking about even 100 years' time. Be like, oh, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Yes, it is. No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's gonna be around for generations.
It's chicken and the egg, isn't it?
Yeah. Mike says, if you met up on 4 separate occasions, and each time one of you could pick a movie to show at the cinema to show the other 3, what would it be? No one else would be in the cinema too. What a very good question there, Mike. That's a good one. I like that. Ooh. Thinking caps on. Do you want to go first, Andy?
No, not really.
Scott?
I don't know. I'm gonna look around for some films.
Well, I'll say Pink Flamingos. That'd be a nice one.
I knew you were going to say that.
No, I'm not watching that, Pete. Come on, that's too much for me.
What about you, Mike? Can you think of one?
I'd probably say Blade Runner 2049, just because that was probably my favorite ever cinema experience. That movie just looked incredible on the big screen, and yeah, I'd watch that again with anyone on the big screen.
That's a good pick. Scott, can you think of any?
Probably Top Gun Maverick, because that was just so much fun.
Yeah, that's a good one. Seriously speaking, I'll probably say something like Empire Strikes Back or Raiders or Back to the Future, some classic film like that. Just to see it on the big screen. Andy?
I'd probably just go with Boogie Nights, because that was just one of the best movies I went into blind.
That would be an entertaining 3 hours.
Yeah.
Great question there, though, Mike. We got Gareth here from Video Tasty saying, "Hey, you. Hey, Gareth. Hope you're doing well, mate."
Hey, Gareth.
Did you enjoy Spice World? Tam says, "Hey, Dr. Impossible." ID. True Action Star of the Jet Dale says, "Has Playtendoguy recovered from his piggy juice?" Fuck's sake. Yeah, I recovered from it. The scars are still there, I suppose. It tastes like shite. It did, and it, yeah, we'll not be repeating that again. I left it in the fridge. I left it in the fridge overnight, and we checked it out the following morning. The bloody fridge stunk of it throughout the weekend. Jeez. Oh, But it's been captured on video on stream for everybody to watch of me
On
nearly
my
throwing my
channel?
guts up. I sat and watched it on Instagram because you put it back up on Instagram.
I did, yeah. It was funny.
Yeah, I showed somebody who were around, they were pissing themselves laughing. They said, "Why'd you do it on the stream for?" I said, "Oh no, Christmas treat or something." It's memorable, that's one thing.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's nearly pissing himself there.
Yeah, it was that, and it was the fucking fish and chips without the fish.
Oh, God.
What's your favourite takeaway? Fish and chips without the fish.
You could have said I like chips.
Could have done. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
No. I have actually gone to a fish and chip shop and say, "Could I have fish and chips without the chips?" And they said, "Why don't you just say chips?" Oh dear. We have True Action Star of the Dow says, "You fell asleep whilst watching Lethal Weapon 2. Wow. Yeah, I was just knackered. My eyes just dropped and I just fell asleep. It's nothing to do with the quality of the film. I was just knackered." We have Cora here saying, "Hello everyone. Hope you all had a wonderful Christmas." Hey
Hi,
Cora,
Cora.
hope you did as well. And great stream you done the other night. I really enjoyed it. Gareth says, "Hey DVD from Film Bloke." Danny says, "Strange New World, put back till March, limited run in H&V on Steelbooks." Oh, that's cool. That's the new Star Trek one, isn't it? Haven't actually seen that myself, but I know that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people do like it. I know AJ and Matt think a lot of it. Have you guys seen it?
no.
I thought I was getting confused with the that new Disney film.
This
Oh,
Disney
yeah.
one, yeah.
It sounds very similar.
Yes, it does.
The
Yeah,
title,
I must admit. Yeah. What's that new Disney one called? New World or something? Oh, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
it's called Strange New World. It's literally like one letter missing.
Yeah.
It's called that as well. Wow. Dr. Impossible saying, "Hello, Dutchman. Hello, Doctor." Ooh. Yeah, Doctor Who. True Action Star, the Dow says, "Two things I remember from Lethal Weapon is diplomatic immunity."
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the villain says that, doesn't he?
It's what he relies on for the whole film. Why you
Yes.
just can't get caught. He's just smarmy bastard.
I look forward to watching that again. I can remember him saying, "This is a diplomatic immunity," or something like that. Oh,
that's a great South African accent, Pete.
really? I'm supposed to be Russian. The True Action Star of the Dow says, "Swirl and Twirl sounds like a Beatles song." Yeah, I suppose so. Yum swirls. You're actually making me want cinnamon swirls now. David Beach saying, "Hey guys, hope you all had a nice Christmas." Hey David, hope you had a nice Christmas too, my friend. True Action Star of the Dow says, "What is your worst film of the year for you?" Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, sure. So I don't think that there's been any films that I've seen this year that have actually been that bad. But then again, I've tried to avoid most of the bad films, so that's probably why. But I think my least favourite at the minute is probably Hocus Pocus 2. I didn't really enjoy that too much. Thought it was a bit bland, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I've heard a few people being quite disappointed with that and that Uncharted sequel. Is it Disenchanted? A lot of people said both of them were quite disappointing. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm. There wasn't really anything I thought that was god awful, unwatchable. But there's a few that stick out that just didn't impress me. Dominion, I thought was bland, boring. Fantastic Beasts, the third one was just didn't do anything. I mean, fucking hell, talk about flogging a dead horse. And I'm gonna have to say Disney's Pinocchio was not great either.
Yeah, that was an abomination, to say a few words. Oh, did not like that at all.
No, not for me, that one.
It's very disappointing to come from Robert Zemeckis as well, how he's gone from like Back to the Future to this.
I know he's gone from being one of the best filmmakers ever to churning out crap. I'm sorry to say.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's such a sad thing to see it. I mean, when it was announced that I was going straight to Disney Plus, I was like, yeah, this isn't a good sign.
Yeah, the only good thing he's doing is holding on to the Back to the Future rights.
Yeah, that's
Really the only good thing he's doing at the minute.
Yeah, I agree there, because they're not allowed to touch the franchise whilst he's still alive, aren't they?
Yeah, and then it passes to his son, and he said the exact same thing while he's
That's
alive.
brilliant to hear. That's the one good thing, I must admit. And Mike, what about you? Worst films of the year for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. Like, there wasn't really any that I thought were awful. But there's a few I wasn't that keen on, like the Jurassic World Dominion one. I wasn't that keen on that. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie from like the beginning of the year, I wasn't that keen on. And controversially, I wasn't a fan of Barbarian. Wasn't for me, that one. But yeah, there wasn't really any movies that I hated, but they're just some of the ones that I wasn't really that impressed with.
Oh, yeah. No, you weren't a big fan of Barbarian, and bit disappointed with it.
Yeah, it wasn't really for me. I can't really go into it without spoiling it, but yeah, I was just a bit disappointed with it.
That's fair enough, mate. I can understand that. For me, it's been quite a few so-so films this year. We had the Ice Age one, The Adventures of Fuck Wild, or whatever it's bloody called. That was an absolute pile. That was an absolute pile of shite. The new Night at the Museum one was a pile of crap. Basically, the Disney Plus exclusive movies, bar a couple of them, were pretty awful. Thor: Love and Thunder, I pretty much sat through the whole film with my head in my hands. It felt like watching an episode of Mrs. Brown's Boys. The humour was that cringe-worthy. What else? Fantastic Beasts. That was so boring. There's a bit they did with a certain animal at the start of the film that I didn't like, and then the film was just so boring. And there's also Michael Flatley, his James Bond wannabe film called Blackbird. Oh my days, what the heck was he thinking? Made by him, written by him, directed by him. Oh my days, that man. Whatever did he made it? It was awful. Oh. Did any of you see that?
No.
No.
I'm probably not going to. No.
Best thing to do. Oh my days. How we got the money to waste to make that awful film, I never know. We have Danny here saying, I see Batwoman and Titans in the HMV, their third series, 20 quid is pretty steep for DVD though. Oh yeah, the Batwoman one. Didn't they change the actress from Ruby Rose to another girl? I haven't seen them, haven't heard best things about them. Titans, I've heard, isn't too bad, but I still got to go through Doom Patrol before I decide to move on to another DC show. Have you seen them, Scott?
No, I haven't seen them before.
Andy, you seen them?
No, I haven't seen any of the live action DC TV shows.
Mike?
No, never seen them.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, Angela Bassett again. She played Tina. I would love to see a more controversial Whitney Houston film, but that's never going to happen. No, that ain't never going to happen, unfortunately. Whilst it does say like some of the things that does happen to her in the film, they do sugarcoat it, and the finale is obviously more upbeat than what her actual life was. It would have been nice if it was more true to life, but for what we got, it was all right. There was a few funny moments into it, especially when they brought up the bodyguard. There was a fun scene with that. Brian Drums here saying, hey there. Hey, Brian, hope you're well, mate. Danny says, I wonder if they will release a 3D edition of Avatar 2. Yeah, thought they would, but I've seen a few posts going about that they've contacted Disney, like, are you going to do it? They said there's currently no plans for a 3D release, which is baffling considering most of the showings, especially around here, are all in 3D. What about you, Scott? Would you like to see this film come out in 3D?
Yeah, I think it probably makes sense considering the first Avatar film was the one that made 3D like really big. But I'm not too keen on 3D, to be fair. I haven't seen a film in 3D in years, but yeah, it would be cool to see one though.
Andy?
I couldn't give a shit. To be honest, I couldn't. I fucking couldn't care less. I really, really couldn't. I couldn't.
I love that.
I'm looking around for the fuck I'm supposed to give. You know what I mean? I couldn't care less about Avatar in 3D. Just couldn't. I'm really sorry. No, I couldn't.
Oh, brilliant. Best answer ever.
Yeah, it's Avatar in 3D. I couldn't care less. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
Will you be picking up Avatar 2 when it comes out, or will you be waiting for a sale?
I might pick it up just because the visuals in it are great, but story-wise, it didn't do much for me. We've seen it all before.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
No, it was a solid 6 out of 10 movie for me, and I just couldn't care less if it came out in 3D. I really couldn't.
Yeah, that's understandable.
It's gimmicky 3D. But
I find it is. I mean, I don't think this will give a rebirth to 3D in any form, because I don't think it will do. I know a lot of people have seen it in 3D, but there's been no talks of new 3D releases or any resurgence of it. You still can't even buy a 3D TV anywhere, can you?
No, they're getting harder and harder to find.
Yeah.
If they do exist. But no, for me, it's a gimmick that comes and goes.
Yeah. It comes every decade or two, just trying, but it never sticks.
Yeah.
And you, Mike? What about you with 3D? Did you see it in 3D, Mike?
No, I just saw it standard. I'm not really bothered by 3D either. Won't be picking it up on 3D if it does come out. I don't have a 3D TV, so yeah, I'm not really too bothered. But you don't really tend to see movies get released on 3D anymore, do you? It's just I haven't seen one come out for a long time now.
It's
like 10
mostly
years.
abroad. It's mostly abroad, like in Germany or France or even Japan. I know, like, all the Marvel films only get released in 3D in Japan now, which is quite odd.
Yeah.
We have Dr. Impossible saying, what would you spend the money on if physical media didn't exist? Let's hear about other hidden vices in an alternative reality. Ooh, good question. Right. Do you want to go first, Scott? What would you buy instead of physical media?
I honestly don't know, to be honest. But I mean, most of the stuff I do buy is physical media, so I'm not too sure.
Have you got any, Andy?
Either probably digital codes or digital copies of movies. I just have a big digital collection. Or maybe after that, maybe just action figures.
Good fix. I know you got a good collection of like X-Men and Spider-Man figures, didn't you?
Yeah, that's probably like my next thing after movies. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
As sad as it sounds, I feel like I'd probably be a rich man if physical media didn't exist. I don't know what else I'd buy, to be honest. Probably be like music or something, or like figures, just like memorabilia and stuff like that. But I think all my money tends to go to physical media.
Yeah, I think I'll probably be the same. I mean, you'd probably class video games as a physical media, so I wouldn't say that. Figures, pop vinyls, T-shirts, or just like probably would move on to music and actually try vinyl. I could see myself doing that, but
I'd probably stick with the vinyl, to be fair, as well.
Yeah. We have Cody Cov here saying, poor sales this year. Best ones have been the Amazon misprint, Lord of the Rings 4K trilogy, a tenner, Harry Potter 4K for 25, Shore Skirt Volume 1, 22 quid, coming in a few weeks. Sorry, Jeff. Lol. Yeah, some very good prices there. That Shore Scope thing, that's like about 100 odd quid, isn't it? It's a nice set, though. They did a few Arrow box sets, like Phantasm, for like 12 quid, but they went more or less straight away. I'm currently waiting on like a back order for Miller the Stone Woman on Arrow, but that was like 14 quid. So hopefully that'll come through. Yeah, it's best to keep an eye on Amazon, definitely. They seem to be where the good deals are. DVD from Bloke says, Avatar 2 has nearly broken even. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Do you want to live on Pandora instead, and DVD from Film Bloke? That is where it's set, isn't it? I can't remember where it is now. It is Pandora. It's not called Navi, is it? The Navi's what they are, aren't they? I'll just call them alien Smurfs. Dr. Impossible says, will you set up a date with the Blue Smurf then? Nope. Danny says he's accepting the pig juice challenge. Is anybody else?
No, I'm not trying that. No.
Oh dear.
Your reaction put me off it.
The things it does to your mouth is undescribable, and how it feels inside. Oh dear.
I'm not going there. Fucking hell.
Yep. Certainly put my gag reflexes to good use, shall I say. DVD Before Bloke says the best thing to come of Avatar 2 is Mark Kermode's review. It's hilarious. It is. It is probably one of the best reviews I've seen in years. I couldn't stop laughing with that one. You guys seen his review?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it actually, no. I think I've seen some of his videos before though.
It's a Mark Kermode cut or something that he does his podcast now, because BBC, he doesn't do it for them anymore. And he does, Pandora. Ooh. I was just sitting there laughing.
He's not wrong. What he
Yeah.
says about the film, he's not wrong, but he just goes a bit OTT over it.
Oh yeah, he does. But it makes. I just like how Simon Mayonnaise or whatever his fucking name is just sits there and he's just so straight faced about it. It's just like, so you don't like it, and it's just so funny.
I mean, fucking Simon Mayo. Someone needs to check him for a fucking pulse in that fucking video. He just doesn't fucking do anything.
I know. He just sits there.
He just sat there like. So yeah.
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he could sit there and not laugh. He just sits there so straight faced with it.
Yeah.
I thought Kermode would be all for it. Yeah, I kind of thought Kermode would like it. Mind you, he didn't like Ghostbusters Afterlife. He thought it was awful. I remember that review. I thoroughly disagree with that. But Edward says Robin Hood Prince of Thieves is the Arrow got. Great one there. You got a really good pick there, mate. Very nice edition. Yeah. He's also got the young ones on Blu-ray too. Very nice. Nice little box set there.
Definitely.
Carl says, I'm already spending most of my money on digital media. Only buy physical if it's cheaper than the digital counterpart. Yeah, I know it's like iTunes seems to be like really good value for money. You can pick up a couple of films, heck, a couple of films on 4K for like a $5. It's really good. Google Play is frankly fucking shit because they charge you like 80 quid for a 4K box set, and I would never pay that. But if you could get it cheap like Apple, I probably would do. I mean, in one way, it does save you all the space, and it is quite cheaper, but I still prefer having something physical in my hand. I would never overpay for a digital copy. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, no, I normally just go to physical media, but yeah, iTunes is very good value for money. To be fair, I do sometimes get films on there.
What about you, Andy? Would you ever buy any digital ones if they're cheap enough?
Probably not. No, I still go for the physical. Like, no matter what the price, I always go. I've paid silly money for Blu-rays and DVDs in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially the same with me, but with video games. I remember I paid about 100 quid for an import a few years ago from Japan. And then when I got the fucker, it was all in Japanese, so I couldn't understand the cunt.
Fucking hell, Pete.
What about you, Mike?
No, don't really like buying digital. I think the problem for me is they always tend the file sizes for them tend to be like so big, and I just don't have the space like anywhere to put like digital copies of movies. For saying that, I don't have space to store all my Blu-rays and everything, but somehow I'll find a way.
Mm. That's true. I know like some 4K file sizes are quite hefty, and also streaming. You're relying all the time on the internet, and if your internet bugs up, you're fucked really. I know I watched a film on streaming on the Google Play streaming the other night, and my TV's terrible with the internet. It just cut out, and then we had to go through the whole rigmarole of reconnecting to the internet, and it takes you out the experience. You put the disc in, no internet. If the internet goes, you still can watch it. So yeah, you're better off there. Danny says, I saw a film in British Heart Foundation, but it was more money than CX. I've started comparing how much that the charity shops have gone up, and it was only Green Hornet. What were they charging? Like 10 quid for it? I know the British Heart Foundation charges a heck of a lot of money. I know it's for charity, but some of the prices are astronomical.
Yeah.
Have you guys been to a local British Heart Foundation? Have you seen what the prices are like in yours?
No, not at all.
I worked at British Art Foundation for work experience for a little bit, actually.
Oh, did you? Oh,
yeah, it's quite entertaining, to be fair.
Actually, my British Heart Foundation isn't too bad with its prices. Granted, they only do DVDs, but they're like 3 for 2 quid, so it's not too bad. We have like a hospice one that just charges whatever it likes. I had a copy of Twilight on Blu-ray, brand new and sealed for like 8 quid. They said because it's a Blu-ray, it's worth more money. But there you go. True Action Star Vidal says, "Give me some of your best biopics." Good question there. I think of a few. I like Bohemian Rhapsody. It's not too bad. You got the Buddy Holly story with Gary Busey. I think that's probably one of the best ones out there. Walk the Line. The Tina Turner one. What Love Got to Do About It's very good. Towelstar. Can't think of any other ones at the moment, but I know a lot of people like Rocket Man. Well, I still haven't seen that. What about you, Scott?
My favourite's probably Straight Outta Compton. I really love NWA as a band. I think they've done some great hip hop tracks and just brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I do agree. I was a great film. I went into it not expecting much, as it's not my sort of music, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Great cast in it as well.
Definitely.
Andy?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of NWA at all, and I had no interest in seeing the film. But when I watched the film, I thought, fucking hell, that was really fucking good. Really good, solid movie. Yeah, I'd have to say one of mine is Man on the Moon. The Andy Kaufman one with Jim Carrey. I think is a great biopic. Chaplin, Robert Downey Jr. Awesome movie. The Doors.
That's a good
Fantastic.
one.
Yeah.
Very good film.
Yeah, they're just some of mine.
There's also one with John Cusack about the Beach Boys. I can't remember what that's
called. Oh yeah,
Love and
Mercy.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite good.
Yeah.
Mike?
For me, it's probably John Carpenter's Elvis biopic. That's pretty good.
Yes, I agree with you there. It's a very underrated one, and I think it's better than the new one, personally.
Oh yes, same here.
I still need to watch the original, but it's really good.
Yeah, it was like a TV movie, wasn't it? And then they released it over here as a movie. It's about 3 hours long, but doesn't feel like it. Covers a lot.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell's in it, isn't he?
Yeah. Tim Young in production says, to answer your question about where you can find Chainsaw Man, I've been watching it on Hulu, but there's a possibility it might be on UK Netflix, but either way, Crunchyroll is always a guarantee. Yeah, we don't have Hulu over here. I think that's a part of Disney Plus, so it may actually be on that. But after the stream, I'll have a check online, see where it's at. But thanks for telling us, Tim. True Star Vidal says, Pammy had so much work done she could be a member of society. Oh god. DVD from Filmblock says, I stand by Mark Moe being one of the few professional critics I have any respect for. I mean, someone who thinks The Deer Hunter is crap demands respect. Yeah, I like Mark Moe. He always does entertaining reviews. His opinions may be quite controversial for some films, but I like how he just says what he thinks, and him and Nail make a good pairing. I haven't seen his Deer Hunter review. Granted, I haven't even seen The Deer Hunter, but I've heard from a few people they're not that keen on that. What do you think of Mark Moe, Scott?
I can't remember many of his reviews, to be honest. I think I might have watched some like years ago, but honestly can't remember much.
Andy?
Yeah, I've always liked him. Like I remember following him from the 90s. Like what he used to do. He was on like Channel 4 quite a bit.
Yes, he was, yeah.
But yeah, obviously some of his opinions I don't agree with, but I do think he is a solid film critic. He knows what he's talking about. He absolutely hates Eyes Wide Shut. Like he hates that movie with a passion.
Does he?
Yeah, he thinks it's crap. Like he just doesn't like it at all. But yeah, I remember. I think about 2012, he was talking about his top 10 worst movies of that year. And I think the number one was Keith Lemon, the movie. It's quite funny. Yeah.
To be fair, watching him review a bad film is always entertaining. Him reviewing Sex and the City 2 was quite hilarious. And then they reviewed that one that used to scream a lot on YouTube, who had his own film. Not Ted. Oh, I can't remember his name, but he did a review of that, and he just kept screaming all the time. That was entertaining as well. Yeah. What about you? What about you, Mike?
To be honest, I've not really seen much of him. From what I have seen of him, I kind of feel like he's a little bit obnoxious, just with his opinions. But like I say, I haven't really seen that much of him. But I try not to listen to critics or anything. Like it doesn't mean anything to me. Just because they didn't like a movie or they like a movie doesn't mean I'm going to have the same opinion. So yeah, I try not to really listen to them.
Yeah, I can get that. Carl says, sounds more like someone who needs attention. Okay. I'm confused what that meant. Dr. Impossible says, Mark Mode was the guy that slated Spielberg's AI, if I remember correctly, then apologised to Spielberg many years later for being the dick he truly was. Yes, he actually likes the film now. Yeah, he has mentioned that a few times. Playtendoguy, fair enough. All Jack Frost needs is the bat suit. Yeah. Oh yeah, because he's Batman. And comments are going weird. They're still going weird for some reason. I'm apologising for this. And True Star Vidal says, "Oh, and Patsy Ken's at Meow." Lethal Weapon 2, isn't there? Yeah. I think you see a lot of her in that film, if I remember correctly.
You do? Yeah.
Yeah, not one to watch with the parents again.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Probably it was a good thing I fell asleep in front of her. And then to think she ended up in Emmerdale. Dr. Impossible says, The Deer Hunter is a masterpiece. If Mark Moe can do better, then by all means. I'll have to check out his review of The Deer Hunter. I've never heard him talk about it. But I know a lot of people ain't keen on it. I think, didn't you say, Andy, it's quite a boring start of the film?
Yeah, I think it's really long in the tooth. The Deer Hunter. It's good in parts, but as a whole, I think it's got problems.
Yeah. Are you seeing it, Scott, Deer Hunter?
I have, yeah, I agree with the start is very, very slow, but there is some very good scenes in it as well. So I do like the film, but it's not one of my favourites.
Yeah. Have you seen it, Mike? What do you think of it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think the first hour is definitely quite slow, and they could definitely have trimmed it a little bit. But I don't think it's a bad movie the way some people make it out to be. I think it's still a pretty good movie. The middle part set in Vietnam, like some of the stuff there is just really harrowing. The Russian roulette scene is just incredible.
That's a great scene.
Yeah. It's not one of my favorites, but I still think it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah. I can remember the Russian roulette scene. They did a spoof of it for like the chocolate Rebels as an advert. I can remember that, but never seen the film. I've seen it's on offer, so I may pick it up. It's Robert De Niro, isn't it, and Christopher Walken, isn't it?
Yeah.
Carl says to Doctor Impossible, that made me laugh. We have the 4K Lowdown here saying, hello Pete, Andy, Mike and Scott. I hope you have a great holiday. What would be your favourite movie-related purchase or gift this year? Oh, hey Dave, I hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you've had a great holiday too. What was your favourite movie purchase or gift this year, Scott?
I quite liked the Day of the Dead t-shirt I got. I thought that was really cool.
Nice, that's good. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I picked up that Triple R on Blu-ray for an absolute steal, £6. So, yeah, that'd probably be mine.
Yep. Mike?
I'm really struggling to think, to be honest. There's been so many great pickups this year. I'll just say the most recent one that I got was I got that Grudge collection from Arrow. I haven't watched. I've seen one of them, but I haven't watched the movies from the collection yet. But yeah, it's a really nice box set.
That is a nice release. It's quite hefty, isn't it? About 60 quid.
Yeah. Long story short, I ended up getting it for free, basically, because my Arrow delivery of it it supposedly went missing. So they gave me a refund, but then it turned up anyway. So yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
I'm still waiting for mine to arrive.
Who are they? Are they delivering it through? Is it Every?
No, it's Royal Mail.
It's Royal Mail. Oh, yeah, they're still on strike. Well, I think they are here anyway.
Yeah,
hopefully you'll get it soon.
Yeah, mine got dispatched on the 7th of December, and it came on the 23rd, I think, or the 22nd. So I don't know where the hell it had been, but yeah.
Jeez. I can remember ordering something and it got sent to Ireland and then it got sent back here to come to me because there was several return sender tickets on the fucker.
Yeah.
Isn't it just the first film that's 4K or are they all 4K?
It's the not the first one, but the one that's the most popular. I think it's the first. It's actually the third movie, but it's the one that most people know. But yeah, there's only one on 4K. But I think the rest of them are I think most of them are TV movies, so they probably wouldn't have really benefited much from 4K anyway. But yeah.
So it's a bit like the Children of the Corn set.
Yeah, same kind of thing. Yeah.
David Beach says Jack Frost is only on DVD, but it should be on Blu-ray now. Oh, what, the Christmas film? Yeah, I'm surprised it isn't on Blu-ray. Probably is somewhere in the world. I can imagine in Germany they seem to get it a lot. We've got True Action Star the Dell saying Playtendoguy reminds me a bit of Mel Gibson.
I'm just picturing you as William Wallace now, Pete. Just wearing a kilt.
Don't worry, Action Star the Dells have been called all sorts, from Kylo Ren to Poldark, so I'll take Mel Gibson, I suppose. Danny says, I picked up the Sarah Connor Terminator Blu-ray. Do I watch that after the movies, or does it not matter? The Sarah Michelle Gellar Chronicles? What the fuck? I haven't seen the Sarah Connor Chronicles yet, but would you watch it? Does it make any difference?
It's like an alternate sequel to the second movie. So yeah, you can kind of watch it whenever. You can watch it after the second movie, or you can just watch all the movies first and then watch it. It's kind of it's its own separate thing, but it's meant to be after the second movie.
Yes, I can remember there was such hype for it, and it was axed after 2 series, which was a shame.
Yeah.
Have you seen that, Andy?
No, I've never seen the show.
Scott?
No, I don't really watch many TV shows, to be honest. I'm more of a movie person.
True Action Star Vidal says, are you guys fan of sports? If so, what's your favourite? I'm not a sports guy at all. I'm gonna say Mario Golf or Mario Kart for my favourite sports. Scott, what about you for sport?
Gotta be football. I love football.
Yep.
I like boxing as well, to be fair.
Which team do you support?
Chelsea.
I've heard of that one, so that's a start. Andy, what sports do you like?
Well, yeah, the only one I really follow is the Premier League. But my team's absolutely fucking dire at the minute. I think they're going to get relegated. To be honest, but
which ones are they?
Yeah, I support Everton, but I think we're I think this could be our last in the Premier League for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him, to be honest.
It's not. No. I've got nothing against Frank. It's not his fault, but it's the way the club's been run at the minute. It's not great, but it is what it is. So
it's a shame because I've always quite enjoyed watching Everton play in the Prem. So
yeah, it's sad, but it's just one of them things. But I'd like to see Arsenal win it this year.
So would I, to be fair.
Because it's been a while, and I think honestly, they deserve it. To be honest, I think they've put the hard work in.
They definitely have.
Yeah.
And they're playing some great football this year as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice. I'm learning a bit about football. And Mike, what about you with sports?
Yeah, I'm not really I don't really play sports or anything, but I do follow football. So my team's Liverpool, and they're not having the best season in comparison to recent seasons, but they could be doing better, but yeah.
Yep. I've heard of Liverpool because my cousin supports them, and they're managed by Jurgen Klopp. I know something about football.
Well done, Pete.
Yeah.
Well done.
Gold star for trying. DVD from Film Bloke says Toy Story 2 was a hellish production. They scrapped everything they made 2 years in production because they thought it wasn't working, and they had to redo it from scratch in 9 months. Wow.
That's quite impressive considering how good the film is.
Yeah, and they have a 2 or 3 development year cycle now for most of their films, and they turn out to be a bit bleh. Lightyear was very bleh.
Yeah.
So that's a very good team there to do it in 9 months, but wow, I bet they had to work some late nights doing that and to get that turned around in time. Danny says, I've only watched Toy Story 1. Last time I saw it was on VHS. Oh, and you've seen 2, 3, and 4. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen a Disney film called The London Connection? Is it a spin-off to The French Connection? I ain't got a clue.
By Disney? Bloody hell.
Well, they own it now, don't they? The French Connection.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Disney just own everything, don't they?
They probably do. They probably do now. I haven't heard of the London Connection. You heard of it, Scott?
No, I've heard of the French Connection, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, great film. Have you seen it, Andy? London Connection?
This is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Yeah. You've heard of it, Mike?
Nope, never heard of it.
It kind of sounds like one of those straight-to-DVD films with Danny Dyer, to be honest. We've got Andy Like Stuff saying, hey guys, hope you had a good Christmas. Watched Death Proof a few days ago. Beginning drag, but loved the end. It's nuts. Also watched Sin City 2. Wasn't keen on that at all. What are your thoughts on the 2 films? Hey Andy, hope you had a nice Christmas yourself, mate. Death Proof's the Tarantino film. I haven't seen that one yet. Isn't that the one with Planet Terror, like the 2 Grindhouse duo films? Sin City 2, I have seen that. Yeah, I wasn't so keen on that. It's a bit like 300, the sequel to 300. It was like not needed. It was several years after the original, but it was all right. I didn't have much thought of it, but I like the first Sin City. What about you, Scott?
I haven't seen them. It's good things about them though.
Andy?
I haven't seen Sin City 2. I think is it called something like A Dame to Kill For or something like
Dame
that?
to Die For or something, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I've not seen that one, but I've seen Death Proof, and it's probably my least favorite Tarantino movie, but I still enjoy parts of it. I actually really like the bits with Kurt Russell. But yeah, I just think it's okay. It's just it doesn't stand out amongst his work. For me, that's one that kind of gets lost. It doesn't have the rewatchability.
Yeah.
That one for me either.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people don't mention Death Proof that much. It's always on the lower of the rankings for Quentin Tarantino films.
There's things in it I do like the stuff with the car is in it is just absolutely great. But I don't know. It's a weird movie, I think.
Have you seen it, Mike?
I've not seen Sin City 2. I was never really the biggest fan of the first one, so never really had much desire to go for the sequel. And Death Proof, I'm not that keen on it. It's definitely my least favorite Tarantino.
I don't think you can get Death Proof on Blu-ray, am I? I'm sure. I don't think I've seen it about.
You can get Death Proof on Blu-ray, yeah.
I've never seen it about. Cora says, is it a sequel to The French Connection? He thought similar lines. Ian's here. He says, hi everyone. Hope you had a great Christmas and wish you all a great New Year. Hey Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, hope you have a great New Year, mate. Dr. Impossible says, Cora, you wish. True Action Star Vidal says, any TV shows that you've been watching lately? The only thing I've really been watching lately is His Dark Materials, the 3rd season. Watched a few episodes of that as they're all on iPlayer. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. This series seems to be picking up a bit more. It's based on the final season book. So, yeah, nothing much else. Not really into TV shows. What about you, Scott?
No, I think the last show I watched was season 5 of Cobra Kai, so yeah, quite a while ago now.
Yeah, I know loads of people love Cobra Kai, but I've only seen the first 2 episodes, but not been the biggest Karate Kid fan, so I never watched them.
That's fair.
Andy?
I binge watched just before Christmas. I binge watched the anime Wizard of Oz from my childhood because I absolutely love that show. And I ordered the Blu-ray from the States, but it's not arrived yet. But you can watch all the episodes for it on YouTube. It's a really good show. It's a really good adaptation of Wizard of Oz. But other than that, I was watching Eurotrash, and I watched the first 10 seasons of it, and I just thought, I can't do this anymore. This is just it's
10
too much.
seasons. 4.
Yeah, there's like 16 seasons in the DVD set, and I just had to put a pin in it and just go, there is such a thing as too much Eurotrash. Yeah.
Oh boy. Mike, what about you?
I haven't really watched a TV show for a while, although I am kind of curious about that Halo TV show because I'm a big fan of the games, but I've heard a lot of mixed things about it, so I'm not too sure, but I probably will give it a go.
Yeah, I watched the first episode of it. It didn't really interest me that much, but I haven't played much of the games. But I've heard from a lot of fans it isn't that good. But you can get a free trial of Paramount Plus, and they're all on there. I think they're on Channel 5 on demand because they showed it over here in the UK, so worth checking on there.
Yeah. Okay.
I also been watching the Avatar, not that one with the blue people, but Legend of Aang, the TV series as well. I've been getting through that, reliving a bit of childhood there. Still great. Oh, and I watched Mrs. Brown's Boys last night. What a fucking pile of shit that was. Never again. I can't believe they're still showing it. It needs to be axed.
I can't believe I used to like that show when I was a kid. I sort of regret buying it on Blu-ray now. I sort of,
I got the box set of Christmas specials. Granted, they were in Poundland. It had like 10 Christmas specials in, so it wasn't too bad, but they're never going to touch it. They just
No.
keep repeating the same old fucking jokes every single year. It's just not funny at all. Oh,
no, not.
yeah. Apparently, they're doing some more spin off TV shows and another fucking movie.
Oh,
Why?
great.
Oh. You seen the Browns Boys movie, Scott?
I have, unfortunately, yes, I have.
You had my sympathies. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh. I think I'd rather have Keith Lemon movie because at least you get Kelly Brook in that one. Mind you, this both a pile of crap anyway. Moving on, we have Cara here saying, only now Gene Hackman is running around after the bad guys in London. That does sound like a really good idea. DVD from Film Block says, I wonder if the original Toy Story 2 will ever get released since it's like only less than 10% of it was in the final film. I suppose if they got like the drafts and storyboards, they could do a documentary for it and put it on Disney Plus or something. That would be a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Terrence says, interview with the vampire TV show is pretty good. Yeah, I've heard a few people say about that. Have you seen it?
No.
TV series or what?
No.
Didn't even know there was one, to be honest.
Hmm.
I like the film, though.
Yeah, the film's great. I do enjoy that. I think it's more focused on the book, this one, as the TV show. Changes a few things up from the films. DVD from Film Bloke says, another joke from the credits with Pete chatting up the Barbie dolls has cut out the modern version following Me Too. It's even more awkward knowing what John Lasseter has done. Oh, this is one who played Stinky Pete, wasn't it? I'm gonna
No,
get
John Lasseter's the director.
Oh, the director.
Yeah, but I don't know what he's done. But
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I can always remember that on the end credit scene of Toy Story. That was always an odd choice to have, but yeah. They've cut it out of Disney Plus now, I assume. Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says Rocky 4 is not Rocky 4 if it doesn't have the robot. I agree. Oh.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes. We've got Danny saying, I loved it when Eye of the Tiger got played by Mike Tyson in The Hangover and truly love that song. Yeah. That song's such a great one. Can't really remember it being in The Hangover. I haven't seen The Hangover in ages since it first came on TV. I remember the third one. Third one was awful. Dr. Impossible says, I shouldn't bring this up, but can you explain in a nutshell what David Lynch is saying in the film Mulholland Drive? Give me your individual take, Andy or Mike. Right.
I mean, to go into detail would be to majorly spoil the movie. So I don't really know how I can answer that question, to be honest.
Oh, so it would spoil the film. It's probably best not to say, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even know he was in it. What about you, Andy? Have you got a thought on this?
I can't really explain the movie. All I'll say about it is it's probably like one of the best movies about maybe memory loss. It has one of the best jump scares ever in it, and it has some kick-ass scenes with the two main lead actresses, and it kind of reminded me a bit of Wild Things. That's really the only thing I can say about it.
Okay, I might have to make a few extra hours spare tonight and watch that, Anne.
Yeah, it's a cool movie. I really like it. It has one of the funniest. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but there's this bit where this woman gets punched, and I kind of find it really funny in the movie.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. I shouldn't say it's funny because it's not. But the way it's filmed, it's quite funny. But
yeah.
Have you seen Mulholland Drive, Scott?
I have, yeah. Very good film.
Oh. I look forward to watching it. Terrence says Rocky 2 for him. Yeah, Rocky 2 is a really good sequel. Danny says never watched any Rocky, so that'll be the next box set to pick up. Wow, you're in for a treat, mate. You're in for a treat.
You're gonna love them.
Yeah. Andy Like Stuff says Rocky 4 best gym music in history. Also Flash Gordon, great soundtrack. Also Highlander. Yeah, 3 great 80s films there with fantastic soundtracks. I do agree there. Highlander and Flash Gordon with the Queen soundtracks.
Yeah.
We've got David here saying Jim Carrey, A Christmas Carol movie is very good. Yeah, I didn't mind that. I thought it was pretty good. You seen that, Scott?
Yeah, I watched it at the cinema when it came out.
That
Quite
was another
enjoyed it.
one. That was another one that's all 3D, weren't it?
Yeah, I watched it in 3D actually. Yeah.
Yeah, good 3D effects.
Yeah, it was alright from what I remember. It was a very long time ago though.
Yeah.
I was
What about
very
you?
young at the time.
Oh yeah, when did that come out? 2009.
I think so. Yeah, so I would have been about 8 years old or something.
Wow. How old would I have been? 13.
Mm.
I feel old now. What about you? What about you, Andy? What did you thought of Christmas Carol with Jim Carrey?
Yeah, I think it's all right, but I just couldn't wrap my head around what Robert Zemeckis was thinking when he thought that style of movie was the future of cinema. Like he just thought every movie should look like that moving forward. I was just like, I don't know what he was smoking or what the fuck he was on about, but because he did like the Polar Express and then he did like that Christmas Carol movie, and it was just like,
Yeah. He set
no,
up a
it's not the
company,
future.
didn't he? He
Yeah,
set up a company, did like Mars, did Mums. He had a real like hard on for this like CGI crap.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What did you think of Christmas Carol?
Yeah, I haven't seen it since it came out, and I thought it was all right, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of that style of animation. I would have rather the movie just had been a regular live action with Jim Carrey. I feel like it would have been a lot more interesting.
Yes, he's animated enough in himself. You don't need
Yeah,
CGI to do it. It's
yeah.
a very baffling decision. But the story of A Christmas Carol is done to death, and you can't really mess it up. But it was enjoyable. He played pretty much everybody in that, didn't he? I think Jim Carrey.
Thereabouts.
David continues to say, "What is your favourite Jim Carrey movie of all time?" There's some good ones out there. Recently would be the Sonic films. I think he's perfect as Dr. Robotnik. The Mask. I used to like him in Bruce Almighty and Christmas one, The Grinch. One of my favourites. Scott?
I think my favourite's probably Dumb and Dumber because that's the one I grew up watching the most when I was a kid. The Truman Show is a really great film. I really enjoyed that one. And probably La La Land, that's quite underrated, to be fair.
Good picks there. Andy?
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber is like I think the number one for me, but I love The Mask, the Ace Ventura movies. I really like Batman Forever, as bad as it is. I do still really like that movie. Man on the Moon and The Truman Show are great as well. I've got a soft spot for Yes Man. And
I want that.
Yeah, the one that really shocked me was probably I Love You, Philip Morris.
I was thinking of that one with Ewan McGregor. That was quite good, actually.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie, but like 10 minutes in, I wasn't expecting what I saw. But
yeah,
it was it was different. Let's just say that.
I agree there. Yeah. Totally unexpected.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Were your Jim Carrey films?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I can't believe, Andy, you haven't mentioned The Cable Guy.
Oh God. Yeah.
That's a good film, to be fair.
I fucking love that film.
Yeah.
I love The Cable Guy.
That's really funny.
Oh God, how have I missed that? I love that film.
Yeah. But yeah, for me, it's Dumb and Dumber, hands down. I think it's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Yeah, I love that film.
I have seen that one. I've also seen the sequel. Wish I never saw the sequel. What was it? Dumb and Dumber 2? Oh my word!
It's better than the prequel. Yeah.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
it? Yeah, I heard there was a prequel. Was there a TV series as well, or was that the prequel?
There was a cartoon in the 90s,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember that. I have seen that about.
but the prequel is god awful. Like it's oh fucking hell! You can see the steam coming off it. It's so shit. Oh god, it's bad.
David Even Phonebook says the robot in Rocky 4 was a real robot called Psycho, which was designed to help autistic people. Our old friend's right issues is the different reason it's not in the director's cut. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't even know it was a real robot. That's quite cool. Tarantula of the Dow says, am I doing a New Year's stream? I don't know yet. I might do one New Year's Eve. I might do, but I'm starting to get this cold, so it depends on how I feel. He also says, if you do, will you sing Auld Lang Syne? Fuck no. No. Well, all right, then. If I do one, I'll sing it. I don't even know the bloody lyrics for it, to be fair.
No.
That's the one where they hold the hands like that, isn't it? Yeah. We've got Danny saying, I have the soundtrack to Rocky. Love the music on it. Yeah, one of the best soundtracks to a movie franchise ever. Cora says Lynch is saying that he's also had dreams in Mulholland Drive. Oh. I'm still trying to work out David Lynch's weather reports, to be honest. Tarantula Star of the Dale says, hey guys, hey Dale. This is my life. Danny says, I've got to see Pizza Palace in New York City from the original Spider-Man. Oh, that's real cool. We've got Josh here from Classic Reviews saying, hey guys, sorry I'm late. Saw Babylon yesterday, thought it was pretty good. A huge production, epic with some great moments to shine. Hey Josh, hope you're doing well, mate. And it's good to hear you enjoyed it. I look forward to checking that out soon. Danny says, I think I'll have to get a limited run card for Odeon as there's one near me. Oh, that'll be good. You can check out all the new films. Josh says, I'm still on the hunt for the pig juice, but after the day I had yesterday, I couldn't endure that shit. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I hope everything gets all right soon. But yeah, I'd hold off on the pig juice. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Stanley here saying spicy sweets, get the toilet roll ready. Oh dear. You have to show me what these sweets are, Danny. You'll have to send me a picture of them, so I'll go and get them. Josh says, working on a couple of huge videos for the next few weeks as I'm spending a lot of time editing them. Can't wait to get them out and free computer space finally. Well, I'm sure they'll be worth the wait, mate, and I look forward to watching them. Danny says, spicy sweets, Mentos challenge with cola. Oh, no, I can't do that. Jeez, I've seen the Mentos challenge with cola. My word, the mess that makes. Andy like stuff says Rambo First Blood is a Christmas film. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's got all Christmas. It's set around Christmas, isn't it? It's been a while since I've seen it. But, yeah. Terrence says Die Hard is our Christmas film. What the fuck, lol. Sinjin says, I know Back to the Future is not a Christmas movie, but it's a must for me to put around Christmas time. Yeah, it's a film that I always think that you could watch around Christmas time. It's like a Bond film, just like they suit the Christmas period. Indiana Jones as well. It just suits. AJ's here, AJ Movie Place. Hey, mate, I hope you're doing well. Die Hard is a film adaptation. Is a film adopted by Christmas, just like the song "Stop the Cavalry." That's the conclusion I've come to. Oh dear, that Jonah Louis song did my fucking head in. It does.
I don't mind that song. I think it's all right.
I quite like it. Yeah.
I didn't mind it, but when I was at Argos, they had it played all the time for an advert, and they played it in the store, and it was on and on. It was just like such a dreary song. And then he did another one. He did a kitchen song. I can't remember what it was.
Always find me in the kitchen at parties. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he always sounded like a miserable fucker singing, to be honest. But yeah, I don't mind the at the kitchen at parties. That wasn't too bad. There was two women singing that. Wasn't that Banana Rama or somebody? Oh, I think they were singers themselves. DVD from Film Block says, Andy Luke's stuff channel. I forgot about that. Yes, it is. Cora says, Andy watching Die Hard on Christmas Day. Tell us he didn't watch it on Boxing Day.
I didn't.
Nah, I'll watch Lethal Weapon on Boxing Day instead.
I can't remember what I watched Boxing Day. I think I might have watched the Disney movies. But I don't know about you guys, but I can't believe it's the 28th already. Like it's
flown by this year.
It's flown by, yeah. I was thinking that today. All the preparation, all the stress, all the buying the food and that, and it's gone in like that.
Yeah.
It'll be the same next year as well.
It is. It is. You see people doing their food shopping and they're rushing, tearing about, queues are miles long, 2 or 3 trolleys, and you're just like, well, you open the next day and you ain't going to use all that food. And we do it all the time. Loads of people do. I did go into the supermarkets on Boxing Day and the shelves were completely empty. And there were still people there with trolleys full. Don't know how they do it. We have Danny here saying, I agree there, AJ, and hey. I did watch your recent video, AJ, where you and your family fed all those deers. That was really nice and sweet. Didn't realise there was like parks so full of deer. We have Winslow here. Have you guys read any books on films? I'm currently reading Easy Riders and Raging Bulls. It's a very interesting read. I have read some on like books before, like on superhero ones and Star Wars ones years ago, but I haven't really got into books in ages. I used to like reading ones on Doctor Who and the behind the scenes stuff on that, but again, not a big reader. Used to really like it, but not so much now. But I wouldn't mind getting into some of the ones on some of my favourite films. Are you, Scott, read any books about films?
I think I might have read Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory like years ago, but I think that might have been the only one that I've read. I'm not a big reader.
Yeah, I read that as a kid. I was into all the Roald Dahl books, the Tilda, Fantastic Mr. Fox, the Twats, the Twits. Sorry.
The Twats.
Only UP could say that. Only you could think of that.
Oh, that's got me. That has. That's got me.
Roll dolls, the twats.
Oh. Yeah. Well, yeah. That book anyway. What about you, Andy? Do you read books on films?
The only book that I'm really I'm into is like the 1001 films to see before you die. That's like one I go back to quite a bit. Yeah, but they're always updating it though. But
I've seen them about in like Waterstones. They're huge books. I've always been tempted to just get one and read up and watch the films. I think it'd be quite good.
Yeah. But some of the films they've got are just so hard to get hold of.
Oh, what are they? Quite obscure ones.
Yeah.
Really old films.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
Not really. I do read quite a lot about movies, like on the internet and stuff. Like I go on Wikipedia pages quite a lot and just read about like the production of like certain movies and stuff. I really enjoy reading that stuff. I don't really tend to buy books though about movies though.
Yeah, I do like watching like documentaries and reading up articles online about it, like films and that. But actually, reading books. It's just like, I think another thing is with me is I find the books quite expensive. I did go into Waterstones the other day, and some of the books there are like 40, 50 quid, and I was just like, it's too much for me to pay.
Like more expensive than buying a 4K. Some of the books, like the ridiculous prices.
I know, and it's just like, I don't mind it, but I couldn't do that. I went in there for Doctor Who annual. I paid about £3 for that, and the person in front of me just had about 4 or 5 books, and it come to about 80 quid. I was just like, nah, would never do that. But yeah, I used to buy loads of books back in the day, but they never used to be that expensive. I know they did like the Harry Potter picture books are based on the books, like the Order of the Phoenix is a new one, and that's like 45 quid out of Smiths. We've got Josh here saying, I saw you bought Smile in 4K, Andy. What does the picture quality look like?
I haven't put the disc in yet. So I can't answer that yet, I'm afraid. But it's Paramount, so I hope it looks as good as Top Gun Maverick.
Should be good. I noticed they've been crafty again and not include the Blu-ray.
I know it annoys the shit out of me when they do that. I don't know why, but it just does.
Yeah, I do, because like when the Blu-rays first came out, they included the DVDs and then slowly phased them out. I'm going to gather this is what's going to happen in the next couple of years. But if they do that, take away the Blu-ray, drop the price a bit, drop it $17.99 or $19.99, make it a bit cheaper.
Yep.
I noticed in my local H&B they never had none of the Smile on 4K with slips. None of them. There was just the standard 4K, none of the H&B exclusive. Is it just a slipcover? You don't get anything extra included, just that?
No, it's just a slip. Just a slip. So
nice
underneath it's just the usual spiel.
Yeah. Oh, that is creepy. That
it's such a creepy cover. I love it.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And that's the disc.
Lazy bastards.
That's it. Yeah.
Jeez.
No reversible artwork. No, that's it.
I honestly think in about a couple of years' time, we'll go into H&B and we'll buy films like in little cardboard sleeves like they used to do with like the films that came in papers. I could see that happening.
Yeah. that bit in the movie though is horrific. Like
it's terrifying now.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward. I am looking forward to watching it, but I'm not looking forward to being terrified after it.
Just have something like fucking Kung Fu Panda on standby or something like that.
Panda on standby, fucking hell. Oh, jeez. DVD from Film Bloke says the second time Pete said cunt on the stream. This is great.
Yeah, first one was Pingu, wasn't it?
Yeah. Truth's action star of the Dow says the wife says you're all very charming lads and well spoken.
Okay.
Thank you. What I previously said probably doesn't prove that I am well spoken, but I am. I am a gentleman. I'll let you know that. The bullshit is rife in the air. Cora says, say hi to your wife from me, please. Terrence says, Iron Man 3 is a good Christmas movie. Yes, Shane Black film. Most of his films are set in Christmas, aren't they? Long Kiss Goodnight. What's it called now? Lethal Weapon. Yeah. Seem to love Christmas. Classic. Josh says, Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie to me. It's like saying Iron Man 3 is a Christmas film because it's set at Christmas. It's not. Yeah, that is the... I can get the argument for it, but if you're not into all the schmaltzy Christmas, always happy sort of Christmas films, these are quite good alternatives, I think. So if you don't like all the romance and stuff, you've got your Die Hard, you've got your Lethal Weapon, and Iron Man 3. True Action Star of the Dow says, are you chatting at my wife, Playtendoguy? Wait, what? Fuck. No, I'm being gentlemanly. Okay. I just said hello to your wife. We got Danny saying Batman Returns was a great movie. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, mostly for Catwoman, but moving on. We got Ian here saying any James Bond film apart from the Daniel Craig era are great to watch at Christmas. A great tradition for me all over the years. Yeah, I agree. Like the Sean Connery ones and the Roger Moore ones, especially. Who can forget On Her Majesty's Secret Service? It's got loads of snow in it. It's set around Christmas, isn't it? I think.
It's probably like the de facto Christmas Bond movie. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, yeah.
Yeah, I do enjoy that one. All of them are good to watch at Christmas. I do agree. The Daniel Craig one's not so much, as they're very depressing, I suppose, compared to the other ones. But yeah, I agree there. This is my life, Danny saying. I'm thinking on something now. Okay. He says, hey, Ian. Stephen D'Souza came out in an article and stated Die Hard was a Christmas film. If D'Souza says it's a Christmas film, then yippee-ki fucking yay. Yeah, it's up to people what they think. I know, like in H&B, they have like these special Christmas slipcovers. They have it for like Love Actually, The Holiday, The Grinch. They've also got one for Die Hard. So yeah, it's a film that you can enjoy all year round. But if you're not into typical Christmas stuff, here you go. We've got Ian saying hi, Danny. We've got Cara saying Halloween is a great Christmas movie. Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. We've got True Action Star of the Dell saying Pink Flamingos. Here we go again. Yeah. We ain't going to go there again. Don't worry. Right, we've got Danny saying that's what makes Die Hard a great film, is everyone will remember it in the future. Yeah, people will still keep talking about it. I mean, you got Bruce Willis there, the really unthought of action star who was in Moonlighting. A lot of people, Fox didn't have much hope in him, did they? Because they took him off the posters when it first came out. But it could be like one of the greatest action stars of the 90s. So yeah, great film. Danny says, I hope you had a great Christmas, Ian. Yeah, I hope you had a good Christmas, Ian, as well. Danny says, looking to get a PS5. Where did you get yours, Pete? Got it from Game. They had some in, so I got it from them. My dad gave me some money. My dad gave me the money for it for my birthday, so I got it from there. I think you can pretty much get them anywhere now. I saw some in Curry's. Thankfully, Sony seems to be fixing up like the shortage of consoles. Most of them now are just the ones with God of War in, so you will have to pay a little bit extra because of the God of War game, but it's worth it, mate. It's a good console. Ian says, hope your Christmas was good, Danny. Cora says, what's this piggy juice thing? Well, Cora, Friday night I was invited on Scott's stream and we were having a pleasant time, and then I decided to get this Marks and Spencer's pig smoothie juice out and decided to drink it live on air. I thought it'd be a good idea. I nearly threw up live on air. It was diabolical, it was. I never got out of this chair quicker in all my life. Yeah, and the taste was awful. Yeah.
I think that's one of my favourite streams that I've done, that one, to be fair.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, so if you check out Scott's stream, it'll be on there. Or if you follow Scott on Instagram, he's got the highlight up, so you can watch it just there. We've got Danny here saying, last night in Soho, never watched, but on the list to get. Is it worth it? Oh, favourite film of last year. Love it. Great mixes, great soundtrack, great cast. Love the giallo sort of feel to it. It's one of my favourite Edgar Wright films. So good. And Anya Taylor-Joy, so what's not to like? You seen it,
Great
Scott?
actress.
What you
Yeah,
think?
well, I thought it was really good. Probably my favourite film of last year. Really creative, really unique, and cinematography was great. I really loved the colour palette of it. I thought the ending was okay. I noticed a lot of people don't like the ending. I didn't think it was great, but I didn't mind it either.
I quite liked the ending. I ain't going to say no, but I thought it was pretty clever. But I kind of knew what was going to happen, but The style of it is second to none. The red and blue color palette, love it.
Definitely.
Andy?
Yeah, I think it's a cracking film. Really enjoy it. Yeah, really, really good. I think everything that's been said about it has already been said. I can't really bring anything new to the table with it. It's just really enjoyable movie.
Love the 60s soundtrack to it as well. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mike, have you seen it? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it when I saw it in the cinema. When I got the Blu-ray, I wasn't as keen on it, but I think it's probably just because the movie was still probably a bit too fresh in my head. So I'm probably going to wait a while until I watch it again. But I really liked it the first time I saw it.
Yeah, it definitely hit me when I first watched it, and I watched it again when it came out on Blu-ray. Watched it the same week and loved it. But yeah, what was I going to say? I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with Edgar Wright again, because apparently he's supposed to be making Baby Driver 2. There's been talks of that for ages, so that'd be quite good to see. Soho, we got Dr. Impossible saying M&S Piggy Piss. Piggy Piss. Sorry, Juice. It tasted like it was Piggy Piss, Dr. Impossible. You wouldn't want that in your mouth. Oh. Danny says Miss Piggy would be proud. Probably came from Miss Piggy. It tasted that shit. Cora says, okay, thanks. Guess you had to be there. But you check it out, mate. It's something.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Danny says the Piggy Juice will be the historical moment where aliens come to Earth through time and find that video online and they decide not to invade the planet. Probably, and I'll look back on it probably about in 20 years' time and think what a twat I was. Dr. Impossible says Pete suffered like a true gentleman. No M&S incentive there. Josh says Strange Worlds stinks so bad that Disney can't even be fucked to release a 4K of it. I thought got announced for a 4K. I don't know. I'm in no hurry to watch it. You guys in a hurry to watch Strange World, the Disney animated one?
Nah.
No. I'll pick it up on Blu-ray if it comes out on Blu-ray, but
We got DVD and Von Block says only Kermit the Frog may drink piggy juice. Oh dear. Dr. Impossible says has Miss Piggy got nipples? I don't want to fucking know. Oh dear. Danny says I like my piggy juice shaken, not stirred. You do have to actually shake it because you get more bits in it, and I dread to think what the bits are in that piggy juice.
I didn't think this would be like a big conversation of the night about the pig juice.
It's just bits of bacon.
It probably is, yeah. Oh dear. Oh. We've got True Action Star of the Dell says any streaming services you've got and what's your favourite? I got all like the free ones, BBC iPlayer and that, but Disney Plus, Amazon. I got Shudder again for free. Shudder's alright, it's not too bad. It's pretty good horror films on there, especially if you like a lot of the Arrow stuff. It's worth checking that out because they have that on there. Amazon Prime's pretty good. I don't think it has a good selection as it used to, but as you get it free with your Prime subscription, it isn't too bad. And Disney Plus, yeah, I don't mind it. There's a lot of crap they do make, but their back catalogue is pretty good with the 20th Century Fox. Though I would like to see some more classic Disney stuff come back on. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, we have the main ones: Netflix, Disney Plus, Apple, and Amazon. I think my favourite might be Disney Plus. To be fair, there's some really good films on there.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Though I do think their original content is very mixed.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I think my favourite is probably one of the free ones, all four. Four on band.
Yeah.
I think Channel 4 is probably one of the best channels going at the minute.
They have a good variety, I must admit.
The comedy they do as well is just great. Like I love Cats Does Countdown and the Big Fat Quiz of the Years. They do.
Yeah. What was I going to say now? They have things going back from the bloody 90s, don't they?
Yep. Yeah, they actually have like a lot of stuff from their back catalogue on, whereas the ITV one just doesn't have anything.
Yeah,
old on it.
ITV's a bit shit.
Same with the BBC, to be honest.
Oh yeah, there's no surprise there. They want you to have BritBox, don't they?
Yeah.
ITV players now changed to ITVX. Not much different. They have a few more films on there, but they've just merged BritBox into it. So you pay like about £5-6 a month, and you get no ads and BritBox. But what's the point? BritBox is a pile of shite anyway. Mike, Andy, Mike, yes, Mike, yes, Mike. What streaming services have you got?
Yeah, I've got Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus, but like honestly, I barely use them. Sometimes I wonder why I even have them. I think at the moment Disney Plus, whenever I look at that seems to have quite a good selection of movies. I mean, I think I own a lot of them on Blu-ray anyway, but I think for someone who was looking at streaming services, I think that one at the moment is pretty good with its selection.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it's about £8 a month, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably the best value for money, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I do it for a Tesco Club card, so I don't really pay for it. I get like 3 months free for it for like £8 of vouchers, so it isn't too bad for me. But I've heard they're supposed to be putting it up and they're doing an ad-free ad tier of it or some bloody bullshit. Try to get more money, the greedy cunts. Well, Disney Plus are greedy. What more do they want? The House of Mouse keep milking. That's dry. Rock and Roll Hal saying, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, mate. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. DVD and Phone Bloke says to Dr. Impossible, probably. That accent, Playtendoguy. Yeah, pretty bad. DVD and Phone Bloke says, I don't even understand the context. I must have that clip. Ah. Dr. Impossible says, I know those two ducks in Howard the Duck in the jacuzzi had perky ones. Oh my days, yes. I think I know what you mean. Cara says, iTunes, Disney Plus, HBO Max, Netflix, and the one that has Halo series, Paramount Plus. Favorites are iTunes and Netflix. Good selection there, Cara. Terrence says SH was a wee quacker. You're telling me, Terrence. Danny says, what TV does everyone own and how good are they? How good are they looking at new TVs? I have a Sony 4K TV. I got it from like a place called Hughes. This is a pretty good TV. I'm going to gather it's probably standard for like bog standard cheaper 4K version, but the picture looks really nice. Games look really good and crisp. 4K picture looks really good. It's the HDR that really shows it off. The colors look incredible, but yeah, I'm not too bad with TVs. You go in a Curry's and you ask them, they're just like, "What's the difference between this one and this one?" Oh, I don't know, just the price. They're just like they don't really know. As soon as you go in a Curry's, they hound you like vampires. But when you ask them something, they don't know jack shit. What about you, Scott?
I have a 4K LG TV, and it's quite good. It's quite a good one. Games and films look really good on there, so can't complain.
Very nice. I've heard some good things about LG. I did have a LG in the past. We had two in like a spate of a couple of months, but they kept going wrong, so we ditched that and went to Sony. But it's good to hear. What size screen have you got, Scott?
I think it's a 50-inch.
Very nice. Yeah, I think ours is like a 42 or something. You, Andy, what TV you got?
Yeah, mine's a 4K Samsung. Really good. Really, the 4K quality on it's exceptional. Just love it.
Great. Mike?
Yeah, mine's just a 4K JVC. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's not like a top of the line TV or anything, but yeah, it's pretty good for what it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm just looking at this next comment, and I'm just like, I'm so confused. But great selection of TVs there, guys. We have Rogue saying, Pete, to practice your Russian accent, say that. Well, I'll just say the English part in the Russian accent. Pete, to practice your Russian accent, say. That's terrible. It's a terrible Russian accent. I've got a sore throat, so that's probably why. Ugh. David says Die Hard is a Christmas movie, one of Bruce Willis's best movies, and a good action movie. Yeah, Die Hard is a good film and a good action film. I agree. Yeah. Carl says, I wonder how much Robert Zemeckis really had to say in Pinocchio. Wouldn't be surprised if he just was a director for hire who just had to shut the fuck up and make the movie. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. It lacked any sort of magic for being a Disney film. It felt as carbon copy, just basic as it comes. It lacked anything the original had. We have AJ here saying worst film of the year for me is Men. Oh, I think I can remember your review of it, but I didn't watch it all because I think you talked about some spoilers. But I'll have to go back and watch that. But I enjoyed Men. I thought, I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I can definitely get why it isn't for everybody. You seen Men, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I've heard it's going to be quite an interesting film. I do want to check it out at some point.
It's certainly that, all right, Scott. Cool. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah. Yeah, the message in it is very heavy-handed. But I've got to say, I really did enjoy the acting in it. I thought the acting in it was superb. But yeah, the message is way too on the nose.
I agree there. It is. I think it's a wonderfully shot film. Like being set in the English countryside was a nice change of pace.
Yeah.
You seen it, Mike?
No, that's one of the ones I need to catch up on.
Danny says if they made Back to the Future 4, I would immediately throw it in the bin. I don't think it'll ever happen, mate. Danny says he's never seen Men. It's quite a not controversial film, quite a divided film. Some people seem to love it, some people seem to hate it. AJ says it's a horrible film. David says, what's your favourite Bruce Willis movies? Well, if we're going to not say a Die Hard film, I'd say Death Becomes Her. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Great film. It's a Robert Zemeckis film, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to make good films. There you go. So, yeah, I'll say Death Becomes Her. Scott?
Yeah, if it's not a Die Hard, it'd probably be something like Unbreakable or Last Boy Scout. Really enjoyed those.
Yeah, I think Unbreakable's really good. I haven't seen Last Boy Scout yet.
Really fun action film. I enjoy it a lot.
Tony Scott film, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, good treat. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, one I'd throw out there is The Sixth Sense.
Oh, that's good as well. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
Oh, yeah.
He's in that.
Yeah, but one of my favorite, hands down, one of my favorites is same as you, Pete. Death Becomes Her. I love that film. I think it's so funny.
It is. Yeah,
I still need to watch that. I might have to check it out soon.
It's
really good. Yeah.
I think it's on ITV at the weekend. It's always on ITV. That's where I saw it. Check out your TV listings. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, for me, probably The Sixth Sense, Pulp Fiction, and probably 12 Monkeys as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Comments have all gone weird. We have Terrence here saying, what's your most excited for 2023? Barbie looks. I have to agree, Barbie does look really entertaining. I'm just I'm sold by it. The director, the cast, the whole premise of it just sounds like it could just work. So yeah, it's one of the ones I'm most intrigued for. But most excited for me, it's going to be between Mission Impossible 7, John Wick 4, and Super Mario Brothers movie. What about you, Scott?
Probably John Wick, Mission Impossible 7, and Creed 3.
Good selection there, mate. Andy?
Yeah, all the ones you guys have said. Mission Impossible, Super Mario, Creed 3. Yeah.
Awesome.
John Wick.
And you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna say the exact same movies. Yeah, Super Mario, John Wick, Mission Impossible. Yeah.
David says, how many Bruce Willis movies do you own in your collection? I've got all the good diehards, that's 4 of them. 12 Monkeys, and probably a few other ones he's been in. I'll say about less than 10. Need to get Death Becomes Her. There you go. I need to get that because I do like that film. Do have Unbreakable and The Sixth Sense, Glass, and was he in Split? I'm not sure. Scott, what about you?
Maybe about 10 off the top of my head. I've got a film of his that's going to be pretty good that I haven't seen yet called Tears of the Sun. I really want to watch that one.
Yeah, I've heard that's pretty good. That's a war film, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh. What about you, Andy? How many of his films you got?
I'd probably say between like 15 and 20, something like that.
Yeah, good selection.
Obviously, there's come a point where you stop collecting Bruce Willis films, but we all know why he's doing it, and I can't really blame him.
Yeah, fair play to him.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, considering all the directed DVD movies he's been making, I've probably got less than half of his filmography because I think there has been quite a lot that he's released in the last few years. I think I've got most of his films from like the 80s and 90s, but then after the 2000s, there's probably still quite a few I'm missing.
Yeah. Next up, we have True Action Star Vidal saying, what's your favourite Catherine Zeta-Jones film? That's a good question. What's she been in? She was in Chicago, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think mine's probably High Fidelity.
Oh yeah, she was in that. Yes, yeah. I'd say High Fidelity. Or The Haunter. I quite like that film, and she looks pretty darn hot in that film. So yeah, that doesn't. Also, Darren Buzzamay. She's great in that. I always loved that, the TV show. Scott, what about you?
I think I've only seen High Fidelity, so I'd have to go with that one.
Good one. Mike?
Do you know, I can barely remember any of the films that she's in, apart from like Mask of Zorro, so I probably just have to say that one.
Yes, that's the one with Antonio Banderas, isn't it? Yeah, that wasn't a bad film. Can't think of any other ones she's been in, to be honest. I think she's been in quite a few rom-coms, but is she in Terminal with Tom Hanks, isn't she?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Terminal, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, Traffic's one of my favourite ones as well. Fucking love that movie.
Oh, I need to watch that still. Yeah, I've heard that's good.
Yeah, Entrapment as well.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't heard of it.
Is that
Yes,
with Sean Connery?
That's all Sean Connery, yeah.
Rogue says, how to spell your names in Cyrillic script? Scott, Pete, Mike, Andy. I'll have to copy and paste that, mate. Cara says entrapment. Yeah. Danny says it's a 3D collector. I would love to see it in a physical form. Yeah, I can understand that. There's a lot of 3D fans out there. I know Matt from Matt V Movies still collect for 3D. Dr. Impossible says, have we got a Soviet spy in the stream? Where's John le Carré? Oh, love a John le Carré tale. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, or Smiley's People, yep. Love that sort of stuff. Trash Dale says, seen Avatar 2, Way to the Toilet. Yeah, Playtendoguy. Fuck's sake. No, I haven't seen it yet. You put this on Scott's stream, didn't you? I think I can remember that.
I think
But
so.
no.
Yeah, I don't think I actually got to that comment though, did I? I think I might have missed that one. There were so many comments that there was quite a few I missed.
Yeah, I can sure remember seeing this, but yeah. Nah, I haven't seen it yet. I want to see it, but I'm not in no rush. Danny says, who's seen Doom Patrol Season 3? I haven't even seen the first series, mate. Have you guys seen Doom Patrol?
No.
No.
We've got Le Carrey. Seriously? Rogue says, by the way, there's no way to write Andy and Mike in Russian, so I use Russian alternative, Mikhail and Andrei. Okay. Danny says, I know Avatar is a film which is split for two audiences, but from a collector's point of view, it would be nice to have. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't know whether it will get a 4K release. We still haven't got the first one on 4K. It just baffles me. It would be nice to see that they go all out on Avatar 2, especially how much it's cost and made at the box office, but you never know. Dr. Impossible says, what's MI6 in Russian?
Don't
know. Danny says, you can watch 3D through your PS3, I think. Yes, you can, and you can also play some games in 3D. I'm pretty certain the Uncharted ones were available in 3D. Dr. Impossible says, like the Carrey color. I'm pretty certain, Danny, you can play the 3D films in the PlayStation VR as well. I have a lot of 3D Marvel movies, getting used to the slim cases for Blu-rays. Yes, it is a pain in the backside, it is. But didn't you try to put them in normal cases, Andy?
Yeah. There's a few of the Disney ones and the Marvel ones that I've just shoved them into standard Amaray ones. They don't look perfect, but they do the job.
Yeah, that's one thing. I know, like, everything from 20th Century Fox now seems to be coming out in these slim cases. That Amsterdam slim case, it's a pain, but I think we'll see a few more of it, because I think Warner Brothers have started to do it now, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they have, yeah.
Yeah, with, like, Don't Worry, Darling, I think.
Yeah.
Cora says, wow, and here I was thinking you were one of the sophisticated people. To Dr. Impossible. Ian says, are you looking forward to Nicolas Cage playing Dracula in Renfield in 2023? Is this one that I keep seeing the pictures of him dressed up as like a Count Dracula? Yeah, that's the one. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't even know it was a real film, to be honest. I thought it was just like some sort of straight to like an advertisement or something. Have you heard of this one, Scott?
I haven't, no, but sounds intriguing, definitely.
What about you, Andy? Have you heard of it?
I've heard of the film, but I didn't know Nicolas Cage was going to be in it.
Yeah, I keep seeing these pictures, but I honestly thought it was just fake. What about you, Andy? Mike, sorry.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it and I've heard about it, but to be honest, I feel like it looks more like, the Leslie Nielsen Dracula, the Mel Brooks one. I feel like it looks more like that than like a serious Dracula, but I don't know.
To be honest, looking at the pictures, he kind of reminded me of Count Chocula, the serial character.
Yeah. It does look a bit like a spoof, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, Nicolas Cage is always good in everything he does, so even if it's a pile of crap, it'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
Cara says John le Carré by Stephen King. That would be interesting. Josh says, if physical media or vinyl didn't exist, I'd either save it or give a lot to several charities. Sounds like a good plan then, mate. DVD and Film Bloke says, oh god, no, not Pandora. I'd rather live on the planet that the xenomorphs come from. Oh. Terrence says, oh yeah, Renfield. Sounds good. Yeah. I don't know when it's coming out next year. I don't think there's even been a trailer. Dr. Impossible says, ever read Spycatcher, Dutchman? Josh says, Avatar 2 isn't that bad, but I think on streaming it will look like a shitty video game from EA. Yeah, I must admit, watching the first Avatar last week, it kind of reminded me of watching like a 2.5 hour video game cutscene. Danny says, will the Avatar people drink pig juice? I don't know. Probably Luke Skywalker does, because he likes to drink milk from certain animals' tits. Whatever that thing was in Last Jedi. No, be honest, I don't read that much. Danny says the only thing to stop Gordon Ramsay swearing is pig juice. Dr. Impossible says, at least your honesty was paved with true intentions, Andy. God bless you. Avatar be damned. David Even Film Bloke says to Danny, in that case, pig juice must be destroyed. Danny says, Ghostbusters Afterlife thought was a good film. Need to watch it again to say more. That took me by surprise. I always liked the Ghostbusters franchise, but I never was a big fan of it. The 2016 one was, yeah, it exists. But this one, hit me in the feels. Very emotional. My mum was in tears after watching it. Great film. I honestly can't wait to see what they do with this new one. Apparently next Christmas we're getting a new Ghostbusters film. And I'm a bit unsure what to think of it. I mean, I kind of think it works perfectly as a one-off, so I don't really want a sequel. What do you think, Scott?
I still haven't seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, to be honest, but I'm really, really excited to check it out.
Oh wow, you ain't checked it. You ain't seen it before.
No, I've seen the first three. First two good. 2016 one, no, don't enjoy it.
Is there anything you like about the 2016 one?
No, not really.
I have a favourite part, the ending credits.
Yeah, same.
What about you, Andy? What did you thought of Afterlife, and what's your thoughts on the prospect of a sequel?
Yeah, I really liked Afterlife, but I don't think it needs a sequel. To be honest, I still haven't seen the 2016 one, and I don't plan on watching it either.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, but no, I thought Afterlife was, or I thought it was the best they could have done with what they had, with what actors are still alive and what actors are still acting. But yeah, I thought it was all right for what it was. Yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I wasn't massively keen on it, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not really too sure why. It just didn't really do much for me. I think without like spoiling it too much, I think the fan in me, I wanted to see more of the original cast, and I didn't really feel like they were really in the movie. So if they do another one, I don't know, I'd like to see them in it again, but have more of a prominent role in it.
I think I heard somewhere that they're saying that the original cast members are supposed to be taken front and center with this one, so be interested to see what they do.
Yeah.
Danny says, DVD from Film Bloke, that pig stuff can take down Superman. Yeah. It took down my dad, and he'd eat any old shit, but he wouldn't eat that. Rogue says, I've been watching this Russian propaganda show to practice my Russian listening skills. There was a segment about life in the UK, and it was hilarious, but it's sad that most people believe it. Okay. Danny says, what's the most expensive Blu-ray anyone has bought, and the least expensive? Oh, the cheapest one was Poundland for me, or one they did them for £1. Most expensive one, probably a 30 quid Arrow box set, I would say. What about you, Scott?
Most expensive one might be the Friday 13th box set that I've got. That's
what, the Shout Factory one?
No, it's the really old one, like the one that has all the 10 films and Freddy versus Jason as well.
Oh right, that's a cool one.
It's like in a metal box, but it's quite good, to be fair.
Oh, that's nice. What about you, Andy?
I paid 70 quid for one title. That was a 4K. It was a special collector's set of Total Recall.
Oh,
Nice.
no doubt.
Yeah, but I missed it when it first came out originally, so I probably could have got it for like 50 quid.
Mm.
But it was on eBay for like 70, and I thought, well, it's out of print, and I'll pick it up. So yeah.
What's the Studio Canal one? A bit like the
Yeah,
Highlander one.
Yeah, but for Total Recall.
Oh, that's cool.
It goes nice because I've got like some of the other movies from that label, like Flash Gordon and The Outsiders and Highlander. So the Total Recall one it made sense.
Yeah, they do really make some lovely additions, I must admit,
Yeah.
Studio Canal. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, it'd probably have to be something from like Scream Factory or something, because obviously, like for us, we have to deal with like import fees and American taxes on those kind of releases. So those like Halloween 4Ks, like individually, were really expensive. When I got Maniac Cop 2 and 3 from that Blue Underground label, I think when I got them in America, and I think they were like $45 each, just for like a single movie. But yeah, it'd probably be something like Scream Factory or the Blue Underground movies.
Yeah, I know, like the Scream Factory, Blue Underground stuff can cost you a pretty penny with that import fees.
Yeah.
We got True Action Star Vidal saying, have you guys seen Clerks 3? What do you think of the trilogy? I've only seen the first two. I like the first one. The first one's pretty good. I really like the sequel. The sequel was really funny. There's a bit near in the end that goes a bit too OTT, but apart from that, yeah, I like him. I like Rosario Dawson in the second one. She's great. I haven't seen this new one, but I want to watch it. It's out now on Blu-ray, I think, so I may get it. What about you, Scott? Have you seen The Clerks?
I've seen the first one, and to be honest, I wasn't a massive fan of it. It bored me to tears when I first watched it, so I probably won't bother with 2 and 3.
No worries, mate. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, the first one was one of those movies I'd heard great things about, and when I watched it, it bored the living shit out of me.
It's so disappointing when I first watched it.
Yeah, but I do like it now. I do think it is a pretty solid comedy. I think the second one's pretty good as well. But funnily enough, I ordered all 3 of them on Blu-ray today. The second one is really difficult to get hold of because I think it's out of print here in the UK. But I'm probably going to check the third one out this weekend. But yeah, seen the first 2, really like them. But yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Where did you get the second one on Blu-ray? Did you get it off eBay or something?
No, I had a look on eBay, but it was actually more expensive on eBay than it was on Amazon. So the cheapest one I could find was about 17 quid.
Oh, not too bad, then. That's pretty good.
Yeah, the first one you can get quite easily. It's like £7 on Amazon.
Yeah.
And the third one's it's a new release, so it's gonna have the $14.99.
I know H&B did a trilogy pack, but it's only DVD.
Yeah.
That's a pain.
So,
what about you, Mike? Thoughts on The Clerks?
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen the first 2, and it was a while ago, and I wasn't really the biggest fan of them. I need to give them a rewatch, but yeah, I've not seen the third one.
That's okay. We've got Rogue saying they claim that in the UK we have no freedom. People are marching on the streets wanting a Putin-style regime to fix all our problems. We all know this is the life in Britain. Okay, fair enough. DVD Dr. Impossible says, you've shocked me, Coral. I thought you'd be an avid reader of books. You look like the naughty boy version of Harry Potter. I used to, said Coral, when I was still young and extremely sexy. That was in June. Danny says, Blu-rays, British Heart Foundation charges £4 or more. They said they look on prices online, then decide the price. American Dad Volume 10 DVD was 10 quid in a charity shop. Yeah, they're getting ridiculous with their prices. It'd be better if they did them cheaper and sold more of them, because a lot of the charity shops, if they don't sell them after a month or 2, they just chuck them in the bin. Danny Rogue says, I worked in the British Heart Foundation and have influenced my manager in pricing the movies. Danny says, has anybody seen Stranded or Moonfall? I haven't seen either. Moonfall's the new Roland Emmerich one, isn't it? I think. Yeah, I haven't seen either. You seen him, Scott?
No, I haven't seen them, but I've definitely heard of both of them before.
Yeah. What about you, Andy? Have you seen him?
I've seen Moonfall, and it wasn't for me.
Yeah, I've heard some pretty dodgy things about that one. You seen it, Mike?
No, I remember when I saw the trailer for Moonfall, I just thought that looks god awful, and I just don't think I can watch anything else from that director anymore after that Independence Day sequel.
Oh god, that Independence Day sequel was dreadful.
I didn't watch it when it came out.
Yeah, I got it from Poundland, and I felt ripped off for £2.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, then in July you lost your mojo. Okay. True action style of the Dow. Underrated actors. Underrated actors. That's a good question. Can you think of any, Scott?
Maybe Bill Paxton's quite underrated. I thought he was a really great actor.
Yeah,
Been in some fantastic films.
I agree there. He's a top actor. Been in some brilliant films.
I would say Sylvester Stallone, because I know a lot of people say he's not great, but I quite like him as an actor, to be fair. I think he's really good in some of the films he's been in.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He gives some really good dramatic performances. He's a really solid actor. He was very good in Lock Up, I thought.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Andy?
Yeah, one for me. I really enjoy this actor, but sadly he's no longer alive. Powers Booth.
He's great, yeah.
Absolutely loved Powers Booth. I think Stephen Lang's great as well.
Yes.
He's a fantastic actor, like Tombstone and The Hard Way. Yeah, just have to say them.
Yep, great picks there. Mike?
Yeah, for me, I'd probably have to say Jason Patrick. I think he made some cracking movies in the 90s. And also probably Michael Biehn. I feel like he's an actor who should be a lot more famous than he was, considering some of the movies he starred in the 80s. But yeah, they're just a couple of mine.
Yep, great picks there. I do agree with Scott about Bill Paxton there, and I'd also say Bob Hoskins as well. I think he was a fantastic actor when he was about.
Yeah, he was great.
True Action Star Vidal says you need Commode on this stream. That would be a fun stream, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Mark Commode, if you're watching, there's an open invitation for you to join. Cora says, apparently so. I would like to read more, but every time I start one, I don't finish it. Yeah, I'm exactly the same with you, Cora. I'll get right into it, and then I'll stop halfway through. Right. And then when I go back to a book, I just can't remember what's going on, to be honest.
I can relate to that as well.
Danny says, are you going to do a movie room tour, Andy? He'd love to see your collection.
I might do one on my 2-year anniversary.
Yeah. That sounds good. I look forward to seeing that.
Awesome.
You did one for your first year anniversary, didn't you, I think?
Yeah, I did one on 1 year, and yeah, it's going to be the same room, but a lot of it has grown. So yeah, I might do one for 2 year. Yeah.
Sounds good. Look forward to that. We have Minhaljul saying hi everyone, and hope you guys are keeping safe and well. Hey mate, hope you're doing well yourself. Pete, do you still love your fish and chips without the fish? Oh, every time. When I go to the fish and chip shop, that's always what I ask. We've got Josh here saying Commode's favourite film of the year is the same as mine, so we both have the same taste, which is extremely admirable. Also, it's After Sun. That's his favourite film. Wow. Cool. Dr. Impossible says, which film critic other than Commode would you rate highly above your own opinion on a film? And which critic would you like to see banished to the black hole of perpetual darkness forever? Can't really think of any. I remember in The Sun, Alex Zane was a movie critic for some reason. And then there was another one called Robbie Collins, and that's about it. Most of them who wrote for the Daily Mail are a bunch of wankers. They always spoil the films, the cunts. So I'd say the ones who work for the Royal Mail, for the Daily Mail. The ones who work for the Daily Mail, because they always keep spoiling the films. They spoil No Time to Die in the first opening paragraph, and I'm just like, why? So yeah. What about you, Scott?
I quite like Roger Ebert as a film critic. I think he's one of the ones that I've always really enjoyed. But yeah, I don't really look into film critics that much, to be honest. If I like a film, I like it. If I don't, I don't. That's basically just how I go by watching movies.
That's the best way to be, mate.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
There's no one that I really dislike, really, but the two OGs for me, and sadly, again, they're both no longer alive. Siskel and Ebert.
Oh yeah.
When you watch them, they're just brilliant. Even when they disagree on a movie, they're just two of the most entertaining people to watch.
Yes.
They absolutely rip in on each other, and it gets personal when they don't when they can't agree on a movie, and it's quite funny.
Yep. I've seen a few online. They're very entertaining. But
Yeah.
they're American, weren't they? I think.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I think, like I said before, I don't really tend to bother with critics all that much. I think at the end of the day, they're just people like us who have opinions on movies, and I don't really see why their opinion should matter more than anyone else's. So yeah, I tend not really to bother with critics all that much.
That's true. They just get paid to say what they think, don't they? And just hope that everybody agrees with them.
Yeah.
I tend to listen to YouTubers' opinions more than film critics themselves, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you guys and obviously Josh and that, I tend to listen to your opinions more than film critics.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I'd rather listen to somebody more like in the community because it's more down to earth.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean. Yeah. I agree with you there. Terrence says, I think Mode was more offended by the Russian roulette scene because that never happened. Jane Fonda was also offered by the Deer Hunter. Oh. I didn't know that. We have True Action Salvador saying, what are some of your movie crushes? Do you want to go first, Scott?
Jennifer Connelly in Career Opportunities. She looks great in that film.
Wow. Yes.
Sarah Michelle Gellar in Scooby Doo. That was probably my first crush ever. So.
Well, the one who plays Velma as well.
Velma. Wow.
Yeah, Velma is nice. Yeah. And
especially in the second one.
And Margot Robbie as well.
Very, very good selection there, Scott. No objections here. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine's probably when I was 19, I saw Mermaids for the first time, and I just fell in love with Winona Ryder in that film. And just liked her in other films at the time as well, like Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, she's very
those
good
types
actress.
of movies. Christina Ricci as well. I think she's stunning. Well, if I'm going to say like more modern actresses, maybe Anya Taylor-Joy, Florence Pugh, and Jodie Comer.
Nodding my head with complete agreement there. Mike, what about you?
Marissa Tomei. Like even now, I wouldn't say no.
Especially in the Spider-Man films.
Yeah, before the devil knows you're dead.
Oh yeah.
The opening of
that. So many I can think of great actresses. Kate Blanchett, Anya Taylor-Joy, Jessie Buckley, who else? Jennifer Connelly, very much so. Who else? Margot Robbie. What? Lady Gaga? Yeah. In A Star Is Born, I'd say. Can't think of any more, though. We have Danny saying, I can't believe how much Quantum Leap is on Blu-ray in HMV. I would have it on DVD, but wow, the prices. I know, it's like £100 quid. But do you want to know the kicker? I noticed in like Jamie Powell's new video, he went to HMV and they had the new Wurzel Gummidge box set. It isn't even a box set, it's just a small slim case with a booklet, 90 quid.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see it. I see him pick it up and I thought, oh, this is going to be a big box set because the pictures online look like a big box set, but it's slim. It's like no different to like one of those DC TV series, and they want 90 quid for it. Phew.
wow.
You pick up the films for like the DVDs for like a quid each, but you could try CEX, Danny. They might be a little bit cheaper, or just keep checking on Amazon because they might bugger up the prices. You never know. Comments have gone weird. We've got the classics of Ace here. Liam. I watched Die Hard 2 for the first time the other night. It has its issues and definitely a step down from the first, but I still had enough fun with it. Gonna watch Die Hard with a Vengeance tonight. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, Liam. And yeah, I agree with you there. Die Hard with a Vengeance is a heck of a lot of fun. Jeremy Irons and Samuel L. Jackson. Oh, so good. What about you, Scott? What do you think of Die Hard with a Vengeance?
Yeah, great film. Probably my second favourite film in the franchise. Die Hard 2 is a lot of fun as well. I do enjoy the second one.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, it's probably my second favorite Die Hard film, and the director of the first one came back to make that one.
That's probably why.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's a fantastic film. It's just edge of your seat stuff. The pacing of it's great. It never stays in one scene too long. It's always moving on to the next thing, and it's got a great villain.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't mind the villain in Die Hard 2, but definitely compared to the first and the third one, doesn't hold a candle to him.
I have fun with the second one. It's Dennis Franz for me who makes that movie entertaining. Because him and McClane just don't get on, and it's funny having to watch them work together.
I was quite surprised to see Robert Patrick in it.
Yeah.
I was like, is that him? And I had to check online, and it was like, yeah, that's one of his first roles, isn't it? Like a year before Terminator 2.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of Die Hard 2 and 3?
Yeah, I think 2 is pretty solid. I like Die Hard with a Vengeance, but the only issue I have with it is I feel like it kind of runs out of steam towards the end. I'm not really a big fan of the ending. It just, I don't know. I feel like it could have been a bigger ending, but I don't know. It kind of runs out of steam for me. But I still really enjoy the movie.
Yeah, I can get that. We have Danny here saying, have you seen a film called Push? It's meant to be a cross between Trainspotting and X-Men. Is that the one with Chris Evans? I've heard of it, but I don't know. Have you guys seen it?
Not seen it.
No.
Always kind of reminded me a bit of the film Jumper just by the front cover. But yeah, I can remember the X-Men, people comparing it to that. DVD from Film Bloke says to Terrence, yes, they did. Yes, they did. If it really wanted to convey how bad the Viet Cong were in the Nam War, America was in the wrong anyway. Did they have to make shit up? He continues to say to Terrence, even the Russian roulette scenes just got silly. Even as a piece of entertainment, did it have to be 3 hours? Road Review says the Man movie for Best Picture. Oh my days. The Mrs. Brown's movie for Nan movie. I think I'd take a biscuit. I don't know. That is the holy trinity of torture. The Nan movie, Keith Lemon movie, and Mrs. Brown's movie. Fuck. We got DVD from Film Bloke saying hi to Liam. He also says, I think the best Nan film is First Blood, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you there, mate. Cora says it is a Christmas movie. Yeah, you can see it that, yeah. DVD says, yes, that's 2. Rogue says, the team I support done shit this year. Swansea City, by the way. Oh. I know where Swansea is. Oh, awesome. Cora says, I love Jennifer Lawrence's performance in First Blood as the cave. Oh. Danny says, never heard of football, never watched a match, not my cup of tea. Yeah, I have to agree, it's not for me. I have seen the occasional World Cup match, mainly because there's nothing on. Nah, it's all about the Wii Sports for me. Wii Sports golf and bowling. That's the peak of
It's pretty
sports
fun,
for me.
to be fair.
Yeah. I do want to get the Switch one to relive my childhood.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, the Deer Hunter, I found myself really trying to embrace everything here. It doesn't last that long at all. A cinematic hour is an eternity, but an hour in life is all but a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Danny says the only sports I like is Nintendo. Yeah, for some reason when Mario does football and gets 100 times better for me. Andy says Everton have never been relegated in the history of the First Division and Premier League. Now will be a shame what's happening with the new stadium, Andy.
I haven't got a clue. I know there's meant to be building this new stadium, but need to sort out, get the fucking decent squad together first, I think.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. You guys could be talking about the army here. I have no clue.
They need to pull together some good wins.
Yeah.
Now, is there a football terminology? Because I had friends at college who used to talk about football all the time, and it just used to confuse me with the terminology. Something about parking the bus or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, what have they got a bus on there for? And yeah, explain me, and I'm just so confused. It's like so many different things he used to say. Another one was Fergie time. I thought he was on about
Fergie
Sarah
time.
Ferguson. I didn't have a clue.
It's basically when they get really defensive after they score a couple of goals and they just get really defensive. It's like, oh, okay, they're starting to park the bus now.
Yeah, I've heard of park the bus as well, and half-time hairdryer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm probably confusing you with these ones because they boys confuse me. Terrence says I still love The Deer Hunter. I need to see it. I do like Robert De Niro. Says Terrence, count me in. Danny's never seen Toy Story 2, 3, or 4, or the new one. Plan to pick up the collection? Yeah. The collection's real cheap on Blu-ray. It's worth checking out. Lightyear's very throwaway. It does feel like it's more of a Disney Plus project, I think, but it has its moment. It has Socks the Cat. Dr. Impossible says it's slow burn, The Deer Hunter, but that often is a reflection of life. Life is never a rush to the finish, and The Deer Hunter is that film. Cara says, Pete, have you been playing Vampire Survivors? If not, you should. Is this on your phone and it's available for free? It's like he plays a hunter and you have to defeat all these like vampires. It's like a bullet hell shooter, but with vampires. I've seen a lot of people talk about it. If it's free on my phone, I will definitely get it. I don't think it's available on PlayStation or Switch yet, so I'll have to keep an eye out for it. DVD from Phone says, I'm the only person on earth who can't stand The Deer Hunter. I said why it doesn't work. I don't think I'm ever going to enjoy it. That's fair enough, mate. We all like what we like and dislike what we dislike. DVD from Phone says, I don't get people who jump on me when I say I dislike it. The world already agrees with you. You like what you like, mate. There's no right or wrong answer. Absolutely. You're fine. Rogue says, Death Proof is out of print on Blu-ray. Right. Attraction, Star of the Dowls, favourite carry-on film, I like Camping. Camping, probably, mainly because of the iconic Barbara Windsor moment. Carry On, Screaming's a lot of fun. Carry On, Doctor, They all like merge into one for me. What about you, Scott?
The only one I've actually ever seen all the way through is Carry On Screaming, so it'd have to be that one by default. But I do enjoy the movie a lot as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's got Harry H. Corbett in from Steptoe and Son as well.
Yeah.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, there's a few I like. Up the Khyber is one I enjoy. Screaming, Camping, and Cleo. I'd have to say.
Cleo's fun.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I've not really seen any of them, so yeah, I can't really answer that one.
No worries. Review Drew says, for Christmas I got the Rocky 6 film collection, Blu-ray, Minority Report, Mission Impossible 3, and The Black Phone. Great selection there, Drew. Really nice selection of films. Dr. Impossible says, Rob Roy P. Terrence would disagree on both Braveheart and the Rob Roy comment. Rob Roy, isn't that Liam Neeson, that film?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one. DVD from Film Black says Screaming as well. Danny says, who has space problems with their collection? I've finally ran out of space. Yeah, I always run out of space, but there always seems to be a little hole or something I can shove something in, so we always find places. Probably did put that in the best terminology.
No.
Bloody hell, Pete, you dirty bastard.
I'm sweet and innocent, I'll have you know. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I've run out of space quite a while back, to be fair. I've got loads of films upstairs, downstairs, and just all around the house, really.
Yeah, I can get that. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, luckily I've got new shelves put in, but I'm always filling gaps. So
yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think when the new year comes around, I'm probably going to have to buy a new bookcase because, yeah, I'm really struggling for space now.
Yeah, I feel like I need to get one and all. After Christmas, when all the stuff gets put up, I'm going to try and do some sorting out. Danny says, I have a whole bookcase of TV shows, which is my biggest passion, as well as movies. Yes, I can remember in some of your videos, Danny, you have a huge selection of TV shows. If you haven't done a collection already, I'd love to see it. We have Danny also saying H&V had the whole Mrs. Brown's Boys collection, but the box set was broken and it was new. 11 specials, I think. Yeah, that can stay on the shelf.
Yeah, that's way too much for me.
Yeah. I've seen one of the box sets, like the Christmas special one, and it was like 30 quid.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
We've got Coro saying, Scott, where did you get that Zombie 2 poster?
My uncle gifted that to me, which was very kind of him.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Just give us a sec. I just got to get another bottle of water. I've gone through it.
I think it was one of the old posters that he had like years ago, and he said he didn't really want it anymore, so he just let me have it.
Oh, that's nice of him. It really is. I really do like the posters. I'd love to have the space to put posters up on my wall, but unfortunately, most of the walls are covered with shelves and stuff. So, right. Rogue Reviews says Mulholland Drive is about corruption and abuse in Hollywood. Oh. Very interesting. True Action Star of the Dial says, what are some of your future video plans? Well, I haven't done a video for a little while. I'm taking a little break until after the holidays. But I've got a top 10 game of the years, top 10 films of the years, and probably do some pickups and probably get into like movie reviews and talk about more in-depth stuff. What about you, Scott?
I'm planning to do a video on everything that I've watched from this year, from least to best. But
Sounds good.
Other than that, I haven't really got any videos planned just for Friday night live streams, really.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm I'm going to be doing sort of like what I usually do at the end of the month, pickups and 5 first-time watches. But other than that, I've kind of lost the love for making videos at the minute.
Yeah.
I just think if you don't have a decent idea that you can execute, I just don't see the point in making a video if your heart's not in it. But
Yes.
I haven't been well this December either, so that's sort of just put me off making videos. So I just want to be like 100% feeling better, and then maybe dedicate some time to coming up with ideas.
That's true. It's always good having the rest of it because it gets some ideas pumping. Hope you're feeling well now,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Mike? Future video plans?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really know at the moment. I'll be doing the end of the month pickups, but then after that, I'm not really too sure. The ideas for my videos tend to come to me like really randomly. I don't really tend to plan that much in advance. It'll just suddenly one day I'll just be like, oh, I'm going to do a video about this topic or this one. So yeah, at the moment I'm not too sure, but I'm sure we'll see something in the next few weeks.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm the same. I just get an idea for the video. It's like I'm doing shopping in Tesco. Oh, I've got an idea for the video. Yeah, perfect time to get it. But I used to do monthly Blu-ray hauls, and then I just kind of just like forgot what I bought in the month, and I've never done it since. I just do it randomly every 2 or 3 weeks.
Mm.
We've got True Action Star the Dell saying, Playtendoguy, you dirty sod, you said it. Not the best, my friend. No, honestly, I am sweet and innocent. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most significant moment in a Brian De Palma film that doesn't involve a death, trickery? But let's see what you've got, Andy, Mike, and maybe Pete. Ooh.
Wow.
What do you think, Mike?
Some of the best moments in Brian De Palma movies involve death scenes, so that's a really tough question. But I think for me, it's probably going to have to be the scene with Carrey when she gets the pig's blood on her. Yeah, that scene's just amazing.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
There's a scene for me in Carlito's Way that I love. It's not a spoiler or pivotal to the plot or anything like that, but there's a scene where Al Pacino's girlfriend is dancing with this Italian, and Sean Penn just fucking loses his shit, and that's the scene that sticks to me that I can think of that doesn't involve death, because it's just him losing his absolute collective shit, and he's just being a prick in that film, in that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. And you got any, Scott, from Brian De Palma film?
Probably the same scene that Andy said, to be honest. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah. I was thinking of her, is it Angie Dickinson from Dress to Kill? She has a few interesting moments in that film.
Yeah.
Also, I suppose the Untouchables with the, they put one of your guys in hospital, you put one of them in the grave, all that sort of stuff. That talk between Kevin Costner and Sean Connery. I've always liked that scene. And the slow-mo with the baby's buggy, that was quite good as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hard on for CGI, laughing. Robert Zemeckis, yeah. Cora says the ending of Obsession. Traction Star Vidal's asking, what's your favourite Whitney Houston song? I do like Always Will Love You, yeah. Great song, great moment in the film, but I'm going to say I like the upbeat nature of I Want to Dance with Somebody, and yeah, I'll say that one. Always like the music video as well. What about you, Scott?
What moment in time's one of my favourites? Probably that one.
That's a good one. I remember when that was played when she passed away. That was a sad song.
Definitely. And I've always liked All at Once as well.
That's a good one. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, my favourite one is I Have Nothing.
That's another great one.
I prefer that massively over "I Will Always Love You." I think it's just a much more better ballad.
Yeah, you're right there. That's a good one.
She doesn't scream so much in that one.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that's true. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I can't say her music's really for me, but I do quite like "I Have Nothing." That's that's a pretty good song, to be fair.
Oh, that's cool. Right, here we go. The London Connection, says Dr. Impossible, was a Disney TV production that was turned into a film back in '79. It's about a young American government agent who witnesses the kidnapping of a noted European scientist. Sounds really good, actually. Sounds good for a Disney film. Dr. Impossible says, nice one, Coro. Danny loves Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber and Cable Guy. Yeah, good picks there. Saw Me, Myself and Irene, Blu-ray, 15 quid. Wow. But yeah, out of print.
I love that film as well.
Yeah, that's funny. I like that.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's just it's dead funny to see where he's just sat on the couch with the three lads and he's just like just his little head.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, did you see Lola Ferrari, Andy in Eurotrash, the blow-up doll with the impossibly big hooters? When she came out on the seafront at Cannes, everyone took note, including Barry Norman.
Yeah. See there, very eye-catching, shall we say?
I can imagine. Jeez. Until Lola Ferrari's agent husband dumped her off. Okay. Rogue says, what's your favourite Genesis song? For me, it's Domino Medley. Good picks with Genesis there. Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, well, there's quite a lot of songs I like of Genesis, actually. I think they're a really good band. But Follow You, Follow Me and Invisible Touch are probably two of my favourites.
Oh, yeah. Good ones there. I do like them. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine's always been Land of Confusion.
That's good.
Yeah. That's a top song. I do like that. Mike?
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of like the Peter Gabriel Genesis, like the earlier stuff. My favorite song by them is probably Supper's Ready, which is like a 23-minute long song, but it's just so epic. And there's another song they did called The Musical Box. Yeah, they're two of my favorites.
Good ones there. For me, probably Follow You, Follow Me, Invisible Touch, or yeah, Land of Confusion. I did like Hold On My Heart. That was pretty good. I was actually looking at some of the songs there, but
I really like Turn It On Again as well. That's fun.
Yeah, that's a good one. Danny says, does anyone find CX has horrific music playing when trying to Blu-ray hunt? Yeah, it's not really the music I hear in CX, it's more the fucking smell. Jeez. How was the music in your local CX, Scott?
I've never actually been to CX before.
I've never been. Wow.
No.
That's cool. They just play like rock music, I think, in my local one, which is it doesn't sound too bad. What about yours, Andy?
Yeah, they just I don't really pay that much attention to the music in there, but when I lived in Birmingham, I went into one and they played Viva Las Vegas by Elvis on a loop the entire time I was in there. Like every time the song finished, it started again.
Oh, dear.
Jeez, I like Elvis.
What is going
on?
Wow. Yeah. I don't know if one of the workers there lost a bet or something because they had to like play it like all day. Like on a loop.
That sounds like torture. Just listening to one song over and over again. Oh, I couldn't do it.
No, me neither.
What about you, Mike, with CX and their musical choices?
I actually don't mind some of the music that they play in ours. Last time I was in there, they were playing Invisible by Pat Benatar, and I was just kind of standing there, like bobbing my head and tapping my foot.
I love that song.
Oh, that's a great song. Mostly just HMV, I think, with their music, because they have to play like the new album of the week, don't they? I know they played that. What's that one who done Eurovision? Sean Ryder, whatever
Oh,
he
Sam
is.
Ryder, yeah.
Yeah, that one who sung Space Man or whatever the fucking hell it is.
Yeah, I
That
hate
annoys
that
the
song.
shit out of me. That song does.
Mm.
Oh. We've got Danny here saying maybe Disney will buy Die Hard. Danny, they own Die Hard. They
Right.
own pretty much everything. Yeah. We may get a Die Hard new one. You never bloody know with Disney. Comments have gone weird. Danny says, saw Easter eggs in Poundland already. I saw Easter eggs today in B&M Bargains. I said to my mum they want to shove them back up the Easter Bunny's arsehole and don't come out until February. True Action Star says Playtendoguy is like Jonathan Ross on a budget. Well, okay, fair enough. Easy. Oh yeah, the twats, yes.
Rogue dolls and twats.
That's definitely one highlight for tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh,
You
that
imagine
really
me
killed
if I
me,
had
that did.
kids and one of the kids wanted to buy that and I got what's on sale? Oh, you got a copy of the twats in. Oh, I mean twits. Oh dear. Danny says you should get a job on TV, Pete. You have a good sense of humour. I don't think I have a good sense of humour. I just be myself, I suppose. Oh. Dr. Impossible says I would like to see Pete in an 18th century swashbuckler role like Hornblower. Oh yeah, I can see myself as Horatio Hornblower. Yes. I do like the show. Danny says, in my hobbies shop, someone paid 200 quid on books. I think it was to do with the Warhammer or something. Oh yeah, those paint Warhammer things. Yeah, that stuff can be quite expensive, and Warhammer stuff in general. Tim Young-un says, have you guys seen After Sun with Paul Mescal? I saw it last night and it's easily one of the best films of the year. Haven't seen it yet, but I know some great. A lot of people seem to enjoy it. Josh from Classic Reviews loves it. I think it is his film of the year, but I will give it a go. Have you seen it, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I think Josh said that it might have been his favourite film ever. So yeah, definitely excited to check it out.
Have you seen it, Andy, or plan to?
Yeah, want to see it, but yeah, just not got around to yet.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've not seen it, but I've heard great things about it, so I'll have to check it out at some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's coming out very soon on the Mubi Blu-ray range, so not too long to wait. Dr. Impossible says, used to like Carrey in The Liar Liar, but maybe in a minority. I didn't mind that film. That was pretty good. Danny says, instead of cardboard sleeves, I just stick them in an envelope with no artwork. You never know. They try to cheapen out ever some more. DVD from Film Bloke says to Josh, in that case, Iron Man 3 is a Christmas film. Yeah, you could say that. DVD from Film Bloke says Critters 2 is also an Easter movie. Yes, I remember Jason saying that. Have you seen Critters 2, Andy?
Yeah, it's probably really the only Easter movie I can think of that sort of delves with in the sort of as the Easter eggs as we know it. But yeah.
You seen Critters 2, Scott?
No, haven't seen the first one, but I've heard they're pretty fun though, so I do want to check them out.
And what about you, Mike? Have you seen Critters 2?
Yeah, it's probably the only one from the franchise that I enjoy.
Let's check it out. Danny says, Pete, be good for Big Brother on Channel 4. Oh my god. Me on Big Brother. Jeez. Probably sitting in... What is it? Where do they go and sit? In the toilet or something and talk? Oh, that'd be me all bloody day. I haven't seen Big Brother in years. But if you say the percent of Big Brother, yeah, I'll be up for that. Josh Nice says, Danny. Joke, kid and Playtendoguy. That's all right, mate. What you drinking there, Scott?
Just water. Just
Yeah, just water
yeah,
here.
very plain water.
True Action Star Vidal says, any plans for New Year's Eve? Nah, I'm not going out. May do a stream. If I don't, I'll probably still watch a film or play some video games. What about you, Scott?
Nah, nothing planned.
Andy?
Nah, nothing planned.
Mike?
Yeah, same here. Nothing planned.
I'm surprised.
Short
I
and
thought
sweet.
I thought everybody had a plan because a lot of people do go out New Year's, but I ain't been for years. DVD for Film Bloke says, actually saying Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie is like saying It's a Wonderful Life isn't a Christmas movie since Christmas doesn't come into the film till the end. Yeah. Yeah, I can get that. I mean, Gremlins, that's a Christmas film, but Christmas isn't a main part of it, but it's part of the background of it. And it even opens with a Christmas song, doesn't it?
Yeah.
True Action Star says he hasn't got. Cora says he hasn't got any plans to True Action Star. Danny says not all the Halloween films are great. Yeah, very up and down franchise. That's true. DVD Film Book saying Frozen is a Christmas movie, which isn't. Yeah. True Action Star Dale says, how do you guys keep a track of your collection and what you watch? Well, I mostly just keep it all in my head of what I've got, or I do track what I watch on Letterboxd and slowly trying to build like a list inventory of what I've got on there. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I just keep track of everything I watched on Letterboxd and on DB. But in terms of the actual collection, I don't keep a track. I just buy stuff.
Hey, have you ever accidentally bought the same film twice?
No, I haven't, but I got very, very close to doing it though.
That is one thing that I've never done, whether it game or film. If I buy something again, like whether it's an upgrade or a different console, yes, I know about it, but I've never accidentally done it. What about you, Andy? How do you track your collection?
Yeah, so everything I've watched, I vote on Letterboxd and IMDb. When it comes to movies I own physically, I keep track of it on a Excel spreadsheet. Pretty much that's it. Yeah, so DVDs, Blu-rays, and 4Ks, and then I put the number one next to it, and just add up all the ones. Yeah,
sounds good. Sounds great. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I use Letterboxd just to keep track of everything that I've watched. But when it comes to my collection, I just kind of use my memory with that one.
Yeah.
But there have been times where I have nearly bought something and I'm like, do I already own that? I think I do, or maybe I don't. And yeah, but thankfully it's never really happened where I've bought something that I already own.
I'm sure there's like an app where you can just scan the barcodes of your film and they keep them like on a database. And so like when you're out and you see a film and you scan it, it'll say whether you've got it or not. So probably that's a good thing to do. But it's scanning all those films.
Yeah.
Danny says Bill and Ted's movies where Napoleon got the piggy badge. Oh yeah. It's been a while since I've seen Bill and Ted. Steve71 says, saying, hi guys, I have an Xbox Series X. Would I be better getting a proper 4K player? What's your thoughts? Xbox Series X, they're pretty good for the 4K players, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I have the PlayStation 5, and that's a solid 4K. But depends on what sort of ones you want. But it's probably best to check some reviews online. What about you, Scott? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I just use all my 4Ks on a PlayStation 5, but so I've heard some of the Sony ones are pretty good.
Yeah. Andy?
I wouldn't know. Don't have an Xbox or a PS5. I've just got like a standard 4K player.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I think the best thing to do would probably just be to compare the specs to like the Xbox with a Blu-ray player, because they might support different things like Dolby Vision, things like that. So yeah, I'd maybe just do like a bit of a comparison with the specs.
That's true, yeah. We've got DVD from Film Bloke says, "Oh God, I found the clip of Pete throwing up. I think Ashens would be proud." Oh dear. Danny says you could do the M&S adverts and just any food. This is M&S food. I remember those adverts. Dr. Impossible says, great book I read many moons ago was Christopher Frayling's book about Sergio Leone called Something to Do with Death. Brilliant read and very well written. Ah, it's cool. Miss Piggy, oink oink. Yep. Movie Drew says, have you guys seen Fruitvale Station star Michael B. Jordan? Haven't even heard of it. Have you guys seen it?
I've watched it, yeah. It's quite a good movie, to be fair. Michael B. Jordan gives an excellent performance in that film.
That's cool. I mean, he's a very good actor, so that's fair enough. Have you seen it, Andy?
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Yeah. Sorry. True Action Star the Dow says, what are you most proud of in your collections? That's a good question. Probably the amount of arrows and H&V premium collections I've got. It's just quite satisfying to see them all lined up, like with all like the arrow logos and the H&V premiums all together. They just look really nice. So I'd say them. I've amassed quite a few, so I'll say them. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I quite like my arrow collection as well, to be fair. But I would say my favourite item I own in my movie collection is probably the Criterion set of the Godzilla films.
Ooh, that's a rather nice set. That's a good one.
I still haven't opened it yet, actually. I really should try watching.
Oh, it's still sold, is it?
Yeah.
Wow. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine's probably the HMV VHS range. I really like the Arrow box sets too.
Yeah,
but I'd probably just have to say the collection itself is it's 23 years in the making. That behind me, so yeah, it's
awesome.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to put it down to just like one item. Just a collection in general is great. But if I had to say something, I'd probably maybe say that Clint Eastwood collection. You know, the big white box with like pretty much all of his movies.
That's
yeah,
nice.
yes, it's really nice. Yeah, so I'd probably have to say that.
Oh, that's a good pick. Rogue says M&S now selling fizzy pig juice. Oh, fucking hell. I'll buy some tomorrow in M&S and mail them to you, Pete. That actually probably tastes much more nicer being sent in post coming about a month later than it would be fresh, to be honest, Rogue. The fizzy sweets in M&S are disgusting. So having that in juice form, oh my days. What is it with M&S making diabolical drinks? I think they just like it. Actually, to be fair, I went to M&S the other day and went and had a look at this pig juice, and it was sold out. I said, "Hey, you got any pig juice left?" They said, "No, it's really popular." I'm like, who the fuck buy this shit for?
Surprised there hasn't been a fucking product recall on it, Pete.
Probably. Oh yeah. So some idiot on YouTube was gagging after drinking it, so we've called it all. Daddy says now we have to wait longer for releases as stuff from streaming platforms want to make their money first after. Yeah, I think now, like after the pandemic, all that sort of stuff's calmed down. We're trying to go back to the normal sort of release schedule of cinema, then about 5 or 6 months physical release, and probably streaming halfway through. True Action Star the Dow says, Playtendoguy, is that vodka? No. It is Tesco Elmhurst English water. It's just another bollocks way of them saying just as saying it's bottled water. I don't know why they call it all different names, but it's just water. Danny says, after having a long chat with the guy in HMV. Yeah, I do like going in HMV, having a chat with the staff. It's always good. DVD for Film Bloke says, I can see why Ashens closed its PO box stuff to keep people sending him that pig juice. Isn't Ashens from Norwich? Somebody told me he's Norwich way, so that's pretty cool. Don't live too far from him, man. Danny says, I think Pete should have a PO box stuff so we can send you stuff. Yeah, I do. We have PO boxes here in the UK. I always thought it was an American thing.
You think we do, yeah?
I honestly haven't got a clue. But Danny says, can you still play retro consoles and new TVs as I've had mine for 10 years more? It's by Samsung. You can buy connection leads, mate. It'll be a HDMI connection lead, and then you can put your like red, yellow SCART cables in, or whatever cables they have. You just buy like a little HDMI connector for them, and they'll work fine. Trash Style of the Dow's got a good question here. Do you think the Bond franchise has had its day?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably has. Yeah. If they bring it back, I don't think it'll be as good as it used to be. They're going to change things up way too much. That it isn't going to feel like Bond anymore. Personally, the new Craig series has been all right, but nowhere near the quality of the original Bond films. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I'd probably have to agree. Even though I haven't seen too many of the Bond films, I would probably still have to agree.
Andy, you said it's had its day.
Yeah, I don't know where they can go now, given how the last one ended. I just don't know what they can do, where they can go. I just don't have a clue. And I don't really have any confidence in them to take it in a successful direction, to be honest.
I do agree with you there, and it does make me think why we're waiting so long for all this info about Bond. Probably they ain't got a clue what to do.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I feel the same way, really. I don't know what they can do with the franchise going forward. I think it would probably be best to just end it and just let it rest.
Carl says, I'm sure you can get a HDMI converter so you can play your retro consoles on your new TVs. Yeah. If you check your game, you probably get them from Game or eBay. Tim Youngland Production says, Men is worth a watch, even if you don't like it in the end. There's so much on a technical level that I appreciate about it, even if I didn't fully love it. Yeah, it's a beautiful looking film. Yeah. Just Rory Bremner is a creepy bastard in it. Gary says, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Merry Christmas. Good evening, Gary. Hope you had a nice Christmas too, mate. Cara says, good evening to Gary. Blind Date is a classic Bruce Willis film. Yes, that was before Die Hard, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Danny says, I have to check it out, Coro. Andy says, 2nd June coming out next year as well. Can't wait for that. The first one was surprisingly great. Yeah, I loved the first one. Thought it was a very good sci-fi film. It's one that you got to pay attention to, though. If you turn your head for like 5 minutes, you feel like you've missed out on loads. But yeah, can't wait for the new one. The cast looks excellent. More great people are joining. So yeah, sign me up. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I thought the first one was excellent, visually great, and the cast were fantastic, and yeah, it was just a very entertaining time. So I'm definitely looking forward to the second one.
Yeah. What about you, Andy? You looking forward to the new?
Yeah, I enjoyed the first one. I thought the story was a bit lacking, but visually, I thought, yeah, this is really solid. The director doesn't make garbage, so he knows what he's doing. He's made some excellent films. But yeah, looking forward to the second one.
That's good. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same really. I'm looking forward to it. I thought the first one was pretty good. Yeah, so yeah, bring it on.
Awesome. Just plug my charger in because the phone battery's dying a bit. Dr. Impossible says, name me one good avant-garde film. Isn't that a type of food? Avant-garde. Sounds like a type of food. Never heard of avant-garde. Scott, you know who they are?
No, I haven't got a clue.
Andy, you got a clue who avant-garde is?
No, it's lost on me, that one.
Films. Mike, you got an avant-garde film?
Yeah, I mean, I think avant-garde's like a style, isn't it? Like experimental films or something.
It says on Google that Mulholland Drive is one.
I'll say that one then.
Yeah, I'll go that one.
I have no clue. I thought it was a type of food, a thing that you order from restaurant or something. So there you go. Cara says, Danny, you're welcome, mate. Cara says, anytime. Dr. Impossible says, Afternoon by Maya Durham. Yes, that was actually on the list there. David says, Pete, how many Blu-rays and DVDs do you own? What do you own more on, mate? I'd probably say I own more on Blu-ray now. I'd say I'm probably coming up to 500 to 600 Blu-rays. Gotta be with the pound plan stuff. And about 300 to 400 DVDs. I assume this is all guesstimates. I really need to do a full collection video. Carl says the active scene with One Owns Eyes by Stan Brakhage. Comments gone weird. Scotty Movies here saying, hey guys, randomly watched Leprechaun for the first time on Freevee last night. Classic so bad it's good, film hilarious. Oh, hey Scott, hope you're doing well, mate. Yeah, I've seen the Leprechaun films. Yeah, they're pretty fun. The first one's got, what's the name in from Friends, isn't it?
Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah. Then you have Leprechaun in the Hood, Leprechaun in Space. It's a very out there franchise, but it's a lot of fun. You seen any Leprechaun ones, Scott?
I haven't, unfortunately, but I do plan to watch him at some point.
What's your thoughts on him, Andy?
I've only seen the first one, but but when I first heard about Leprechaun, I think it was in one of the Wayne's World movies.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The second one, yeah. I love that scene.
Yeah, I think it's the second one.
Yeah.
And he's talking about the Leprechaun, but I didn't actually think it was like a real film, and then I found out it was a real film, watched it, and yeah, it's just a fun, weird horror movie. Does what you'd expect it to.
Yep. Mike, have you seen him?
I've only seen the first one, and yeah, it's interesting. I remember it being quite funny. I remember there's like a scene where he's just like driving around in a little go-kart, and it just had me in hysterics. I was like, what the hell am I watching? Like, it's meant to be like a horror movie, but yeah. But Jennifer Aniston's she's pretty nice in it for reasons.
Yeah, that's always a highlight.
It's just a bit where he's on that tricycle just pedaling.
Yeah.
Oh, the Hood one. Oh, that's something else. That is. I'm sure it's got Ice Cube in it. I'm sure it is.
Probably has, to be fair.
Carl says that by Kenneth Anger. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most effective shots in 2001 The Space Odyssey that feels encapsulates the film for you? I've never seen it, so I cannot say. You seen it, Scott?
Yeah, very well made film, but not one of my favourites in all honesty. I think it's a really slow movie, but it's a well made film.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I like the shot where it's at the start where the ape throws the bone.
That's a good shot. Yeah,
and then it cuts to like the guy in the chair and he's asleep, and then the pen leaves his hand. So it's kind of like the same as the bone.
Yeah, that's really good.
But it's like thousands of years later, millions of years later.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of moments, like sort of like the ending when he I can't even really describe the ending when you have like that whole scene where there's just like colors being thrown at you. Just like really cool. And I really like the last scene where he's like in the spaceship and then he suddenly ends up in like this really fancy like dining room sort of area. And I think just the mixture of like the visuals and the sound and the music's like really, really creepy and really atmospheric. So I'd have to say something like that scene.
Good pick. We have Cora saying Cassia by Bill Morrison. Dr. Impossible says Kenneth Anger, and an interesting choice as always, Cora. True Action Star the Dow says Playtendoguy reminds me of John Cusack's character in High Fidelity. What? Jeez, I'll say I'm flattered then. Dells. I really like avant-garde. Danny says, which do you prefer, Justice League or Zack Snyder's Justice League? The first film, I would probably rent a car and drive over it, then throw the remaining of it in the river after setting it on fire. Yeah, that Justice League, whatever you want to call it, the first one is not good. There's a couple of good lines in it, but Zack Snyder's Justice League's where it's all at. It's a much more cohesive dialogue. Characters are much more fleshed out, and it just feels like a grander, more epic thing. And it feels quite different to what you get from like a Marvel film. The Justice League feels like it's trying desperately to be a Marvel film, but Snyder's doesn't. What about you, Scott?
I haven't watched either of them, but I've heard that the Zack Snyder one is definitely the better one.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, the Snyder Cut is by far the superior film, but the Joss Whedon one, I've never seen a movie. I don't think I've ever seen a movie get so much hate as that film. People just absolutely detest that version of the movie. There's things in it I still like that aren't in the Snyder one, but I've just never seen like an uproar over that film. Like a level of hatred for that film.
There is certainly a lot of pitchforks at that film.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to say the Zack Snyder one, but in all honesty, I'm not really a fan of either of the cuts. But I'd probably have to say the Snyder one.
Oh, that's cool. Dr. Impossible says it's out there, Cara. The discreet charm of Lugosi was my pick. Okay. Cara says I wouldn't say the discreet charm of Lugosi is avant-garde, more surreal, but I could be completely wrong. Great movie, either way. We have Rogue saying this. Looks like something Ronnie Corbett or something. I don't know. Coral says, fuck, I forgot Lejan's Dior. I'm not pronouncing that. They sound like perfumes by Louis Dunal. Danny says, if you had to pick one movie out of your whole collection, what would it be? Good one there, Danny. That's quite a hard question, I must admit. Scott, what do you think? What would you be the one film you'd have to pick out of your collection?
It's got to be the original Dawn of the Dead for me.
Very nice.
Easily the film that I've seen the most over the years.
Didn't you have like a poster of it behind you last time?
No, I don't have a poster for that, unfortunately, but it's definitely one that I'd love to get.
Oh, I always thought you had a poster of it, mate.
No, I don't have a poster for that one. I was just double checking to make sure, but I can't see one.
What about you, Andy?
I couldn't choose that. It'd be too hard. I couldn't.
Yeah.
I would love to choose Rocky 3 as well, but I've gone against Rocky 3.
It is such a hard question. I don't think I couldn't say. If it was like a box set of films, that'd be probably a different matter. What about you, Mike?
I'm the same, really. I just couldn't choose one movie. It's way too hard.
True Action Star Vidal says, what franchise would you like to see make a comeback? I haven't got a clue. Scott, what would you say?
No, I'm not too sure myself, to be honest.
Andy?
There's two that jump to mind. Lethal Weapon.
Right.
I'd love to see come back.
No, man. What? Lethal Weapon and what?
And well, by the look of things, this is getting rebooted. Superman.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. We are actually getting another Lethal Weapon coming next year. Final Weapon. Coming to HBO Max, directed by Mel Gibson, of all things.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see. Did ask you, Scott, didn't I? Because you disappeared for the second because the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm still not sure, to be honest. I can't really think of any movie franchises that I'd like to come back.
No worries, mate. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I'm the same, really. There's not really anything that's jumping out to me, to be honest. Yeah, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff, but honestly, most of the old franchises, I'd rather they just keep in the past and not bring them back. I mean,
Yeah.
the problem is, if they bring them back, they'll probably fuck it up as they normally do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wow. Looking at. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave it at that. Apologies, I'm moving into the living room because it's nice and warm. I'm freezing. Yes. Got a blanket over me now. Oh, yes. Right. Apologies for the moving about. Right. We have Danny here saying Ghostbusters 1 good. Ghostbusters number 2 not great. 2016 rubbish. Afterlife brilliant. Yeah. I could say that, mate. Danny says I don't think we need to make another Ghostbusters movie after writing that. Just let the rest dong bleed out like Disney does with Star Wars. Yeah. I think it ended perfectly with Afterlife. I know it's kind of left open for a sequel, but I don't know how they can really do it. Dr. Impossible says, in some ways, Corey, you'd be right, but the film has a reflective commentary on the warmongering nature of the upper classes. It's borderline, I would say. Danny says, I felt sorry.
Oh.
4-hour mark. Yes. Danny says, I feel sorry for McDonald's because they're done in Russia. No one's Russian there anymore. Ooh. Cara says, to Dr. Impossible, I personally put the satire surrealism category, but you can't. You're not wrong. Does anyone own any short print Blu-rays or DVDs? Says Danny. I don't think I do. I'm not really sure. What about you, Andy?
No, I don't think so.
Mike?
No.
Scott?
Not off the top of my head. Not too sure.
Dr. Impossible says fair play. Coral? Only seen it once, so need a rewatch at some point, says Coral. Gary says I have a few limited edition sets numbered. Oh, that's good. Edward says, what movies are you looking forward to seeing in January 2023? What's out in January? I'm not really sure.
Don't know.
No, I'm fucked if I know.
I'll just say the menu as it's going to Disney Plus in a week or two time. So that'll be for me. Ian says, looking forward to Bayou is Afraid. Was a working title, Disappointment Boulevard. Ari Aster's new film for 2023. Don't know much about it other than the surreal comedy horror. Stars Joaquin. I thought that was a Joaquin Phoenix biopic at first. Because of the poster of that. It was just a very odd poster. I didn't really know what it was called. What do you think of the film, Andy? Have you seen the poster for it?
No, I've not seen it. I knew he was coming out with a new film, Ari Aster, but I didn't know what it was called or what it was about or anything to do with it.
You seen it, Mike? The poster? He's gone now. He's back.
Yeah, I think I've seen the poster. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to the movie. I do quite like Ari Aster, Hereditary, and Midsommar. I thought they were great. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he does next.
Yeah. And Scott, have you seen it?
No, but I have heard of it before, and I am looking forward to checking it out. To be fair,
Mm.
I think
Yeah,
he's a
it's
really
Ari
good
Aster.
director.
He's certainly out there, and I'm looking forward to see what he does. Joaquin Phoenix, great actor. So what more can we say? Did you ever see Soy Cuba, Cora? True Action Star the Dow says best decades in music, 80s or 90s for me. 80s, 80s all the way. Andy?
Oh, those two 80s, yeah.
Scott?
I think I'd have to go with the 70s. Just so many great classic songs that come out in that decade.
That's true. Very good decade as well. And Mike, what about you?
I think I'd probably have to go the 70s as well, just because I think a lot of my favorite albums came out in that decade.
Same here.
Yeah, definitely. Both great decades with so many influential musicians. Carl says I have it on DVD from Mr. Bongo Films. Saw it 2 years ago for the first time. Dr. Impossible fancy seen the film. Cool. Marvel fan says, hey guys. Hey Marvel fan, hope you're well, my mate. How are you? Can't believe this is the last live stream of 2022 for your channel, Pete, and the next week will be the first 2023 live stream. This year flies by. Yeah, I honestly can't believe how quick it's gone. And it just feels like yesterday when I first started the streams, really. Cora says I paid about $6.50, including postage for it from Mr. Bongo Films website, so not too bad. That's pretty good. I got the lenticular version of Stranded, says Danny. Oh, that's cool. Andy Lake Stuff says I worked for a community furniture store in 2019. We had hundreds of DVDs and Blu-rays donated throughout house clearance and in-store, 4 for £1 apart from the ones I spotted, of course, and donated. Yeah, that's fair enough. If they did it for that price, they'd get rid of more of them and less of them would be thrown away, I think. Dr. Impossible says, why would you call it ITVX for Christ's sake? Who comes up with that shit? I know, we kind of expect it to be a porno soap if it's got X on it. True Action Star of the 80s, True Action Star of the Dow says, most overrated band, Oasis for me. Overrated band? What do you think, Scott?
Maybe the Eagles, even though I like some of their songs, but I find some of their songs really overrated as well.
Yeah.
And Oasis as well. I like some of their songs quite a lot, but there's a lot of their songs that I'm not too keen on either.
I like the earlier stuff. The earlier stuff's really good. Andy?
I don't really know. Don't really have an answer to this. Probably the Rolling Stones. I think there's music by them I just can't relate to or get into. Just doesn't appeal to me. But I do like some of their stuff. But there's more stuff I dislike than like with the Rolling Stones.
I have to agree with you there. I'm not the biggest fan of the Rolling Stones. I think they've done some good music, but I must admit there's a lot of the songs that just don't resonate for me. A lot of the stuff that just don't like it. To be fair, my favourite Rolling Stones song is probably Honky Tonk Woman. What about you, Mike?
I think I'll probably have to say Oasis. Yeah, I've never been a fan of them. Not for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. Danny says I read the first 2 pages of Harry Potter and fell asleep. Did you watch the films though, Danny? Did you watch the films? DVD for film like says, mind you, Pete, people who wrote for daily or read the Daily Mail are cunts, full stop. Thankfully, I don't buy it. I do just read the papers when they come out on a Friday. I go into Smith's or Morrison's and just read the newspapers of the film reviews. That's the only time I do. Carl's laughing. Danny says, if all you guys were given money to make a film and got to choose celebrities for it, who would you choose and what would you make? Any genre. Ooh. That's a good one. Right. I would pick a detective sort of noir sort of drama. Not murder mystery one, but quite a dark, like who killed somebody, and I'd cast all my favourite actresses in the roles, of course. Anya Taylor-Joy, Florence Pugh, Jennifer Connelly. Oh, we'll have some good actors in as well. I'll see if we can afford Tom Cruise and try and get him to perform some death-defying stunts or whatever, as he likes to do that. But yeah, something like that. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'd cast like all my crushes, like Anya Taylor, and we'd make a porno.
I was thinking you were going to say, we'll have a rom-com and I'll be the guy in there and they'll play the love interests, but fucking hell.
Why not?
Best answer. What about you, Scott? What would you do?
Probably a horror film.
Yeah.
And Anya Taylor-Joy would definitely be in it, that's for sure. She's a great actress. Maybe Emily Blunt, she's really great as well.
Yeah, she's rather nice, yeah.
Also, I'd like to have Robert De Niro in it. He'd be pretty cool to cast.
Yeah. I'll probably have Ryan Reynolds in mine, as he seems to pop up in every fucking film just lately.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I think I'd probably be like more economical and like make like a horror movie on the cheap with just a load of unknown actors, because horror movies always tend to do well. So yeah, if you make them on the cheap and then they make loads of money, and then I'll just take all the money that I earn from it.
Yes, have all the profits. That's a good idea. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, what is the one DVD, Blu-ray, or box set you would save above all else? All others, should I say?
Again, I don't really know. Maybe some stuff I've had to import. I just couldn't get my hands on. It was just, massively expensive. Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard question.
DVD Roblox says, well, it's true. Danny says, I saw the collector's edition for the Alien movies. It had a headpiece of the Aliens with DVDs and CX asked 200 quid for it. First time seeing it in there. I think that's the same one that Keith's got, isn't it? It's like the alien head and the discs are inside it. That's a really nice set, that is. Quite a bit for 200, but very nice. DVD from Film Blog says, yeah, I listen more to people on YouTube than professional critics. Mark Mode is more on the entertaining side. Yep, that's exactly how I feel. Haha, I believe you. Dr. Impossible says, what about the cunts who read and write for the sport? Oh, dear. Carl says, I've had a great time, people, but unfortunately I have to go. Still not 100% at the moment, so need some extra rest. See you next time. Have a great new year. See you soon, Carl. Hope you feel better soon, mate. Have a good new year to yourself.
Yeah,
Take
get
care.
better soon.
David Even Von Bloke says them too. Jesus. David Even Von Bloke says, imagine if GB News started doing film reviews. That would be another dumpster fire. What the fuck is a GB News?
I don't actually know.
I haven't got a clue what a GB News is. Dr. Impossible says, cheers, Dutchman. Danny says, Balmer's definitely was a hot goddess in Scooby-Doo compared to Daphne. Both nice, Danny. But yeah.
I couldn't believe some of that made a kids movie. Some of the outfits they were wearing.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely Valma in the second one, and she's still pretty hot now. Jinkies indeed. And he says, my movie crushes back in then were Kim Basinger, Michelle Pfeiffer, Sharon Stone. Whoa, yeah, very nice choices there. Definitely with Kim Basinger and Michelle Pfeiffer. Wow. DVD Film Bloke says, what a GB News film review was like, it's woke, it's woke. Okay. I haven't got a clue what a GB News is, to be honest. True Action Star of the Dale says, hold on, Playtendoguy, I asked for a few crushes, not the whole BT directory inquiries book. Fucking hell. Well, oh. Cara says to Daddy, you become my new best friend. That cleavage on Valma. Holy fucking shit, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I think it would be a wise investment to get them two films on Blu-rays for reasons. Dr. Impossible says, I fancied Zeta Jones and Down the Buds of May. She was young and tender like Rosebud. Beautiful. Yeah, lucky Philip Franks who worked alongside her. True Action Side of the Dale says, thoughts on the 88 films as a label? It's one of the labels I don't really collect a lot of, more just Arrow and that, but they do bring out some pretty good films. I think they do a lot of Jackie Chan stuff, don't they, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, especially if you like them sort of martial art films. It's a label that I'd like to get more in depth with, but I haven't yet. I know Mike's a big fan of them, aren't you?
Yeah, I really like them. They're starting to become one of my favorites, to be honest. Some of the box sets that they're releasing are really nice. They're very similar to the Arrow ones, but I feel like there's just like a tiny little bit more extra effort put into them in comparison to the Arrow ones, and yeah, they're really impressing me at the moment.
Yeah. Wasn't that in 88 films that Jackie Chan, was it Dragons Forever on 4K you got the other week?
Yeah, that's a really nice set. Yeah.
That was a lovely set. The artwork looks incredible.
Yeah, I'm loving the artwork they're doing at the moment.
What about you, Andy? You got any thoughts on 88 films?
Yeah, I like them. Similar to what Mike was saying, I like those box sets they're putting out that are a bit like the Arrow ones. I got one today in the post, which was the Iceman Cometh.
Yeah.
So I watched that earlier today. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it was all right. But
nice.
yeah, when you put them all together on the shelf, they do look quite nice.
Oh, I haven't done that. I'll have to try that. Scott, what about you with 88 films?
Yeah, I quite enjoy them. I think they're a really good label. To be fair, they put out some really good underrated films, cult classics. And there's a film that I got for Christmas called Vigilante, which I'm really excited to check out on the 88 films label.
Yeah, that's got a nice slipcover on it, hasn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that about. Coro says he is okay now. I'm really off. Going bye. Take care, Coro. Hope you feel better soon, mate. Danny says 90 quid for a slim case. Wow, Quantum Leap is 60 quid in CX, so not so bad, but still steep. Yeah, if you save up a bit and do your trade-ins, mate, you'd soon easily get that. It'd probably be the better way. I'll have a look on Amazon. Gary says it was good to see Franco Nero in Die Hard 2. Danny says the A-Team is overpriced in HMV as well. Yeah, a lot of them TV series are very overpriced on Blu-ray. I think A-Team's like 100 quid. There was also Knight Rider. I think that was like coming up to 100 quid as well. It's way too much. Dr. Impossible says, I read yesterday that Disney are producing a Stanley documentary for Disney Plus. Yeah, I've seen posters of it before going live tonight. Yeah, they're doing something with Stanley. I think it's actually would have been his 100th birthday today, so yeah, I'll be up for that. What would you guys think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny says, I'll push Chris Evans, Dakota Fanning, Camilla Bell, Demogen Uso. Okay. Oh, they're the people who are in the film. Yes, Chris Evans was in it. Yeah, I do know the film. Danny says, I even play sports in Pokemon. Well, yeah, I suppose Pokemon is a sports, yeah. That's very true, mate. Oh, if Pokemon is a sport, I'm in the major leagues. The amount of time I play it. Marvel fan says, when you mean the A-Team is overpriced at HMV, do you mean movies or TV show? Because the TV show on Blu-ray back then is expensive. £10 is a sign card with the 2 members of the cast. Oh yeah, 150 quid. Yeah. Yeah, it's very expensive. Danny says it's 70 quid in HMV and 30 quid in CX. Yeah, that sounds about right. Gary says Carry On Cleopatra. That was a fun film, yeah. Danny says Van Helsing is a good game on PS2. I only played the Game Boy Advance one. It was pretty bad. The film is a guilty pleasure for me. I enjoy it. It's not a great one, but Kate Beckinsale, yeah. And yeah, that was quite a good film. I didn't mind it. Marvel fan says, I tried to get the box set on Blu-ray. It's going out of stock and it's overpriced. I don't think it would ever go down in price. Hopefully they will release them separately. Yeah, they probably will do. True Action Star the Dale says, do you guys collect anything bar films? Video games, pop vinyls now? Doctor Who stuff was a massive thing back in the day. That's about it. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, just action figures, to be honest, and the odd little bit of vinyl. But I haven't bought any vinyl in months.
Scott?
Yeah, just games and vinyls really.
Yep, awesome. And Mike?
Yeah, I occasionally buy vinyls, but not nearly as much as Blu-rays.
I do sometimes collect football DVDs as well.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Dodger Impossible says you started the next Pink Flamingos with the pig juice. Dirty pig. Marvel fans said, do you think we'll get Carry On Blu-ray box set? I think the box set is released in Australia, but not in the UK. I see somewhere online that there was like a box set of some Carry On films, but it was only like a small selection of them. I don't know whether it was in the UK or not. But if they did do a complete box set, it'll be very expensive, I assume. Gary says, one of the keys to space and storage is making sure you buy units specifically designed for movies, or you end up with the big gaps in most bookcases. Yeah, that's true. That's true. This one, to be fair, was a bookcase up here, and I've filled every gap possible. There's not a bit of hole anywhere, to be fair. True Action Star the Dells, give me some of your best action films that are underrated. Ooh. That's a good question, mate. Do you want to go first, Andy? Can you think of any?
Yeah, Hard Boiled.
Mm.
Awesome movie. It's as good as Terminator 2, in my opinion.
I haven't seen that yet.
Live and Die in LA.
Oh, that's actually sitting over here.
Yeah, they're the two big ones I can think of.
Oh, great picks there. Can you think of any, Mike?
I really like Cobra with Sylvester Stallone. I think that's quite underrated. And one of my favorites is Sudden Death with Van Damme.
Oh, very nice. Good picks there. Scott, what about you?
I would say Cobra as well. I really enjoy that film, and probably Our Target with Van Damme. That's really good.
Nice one. For me, I thought Broken Arrow was really enjoyable. John Travolta,
really
and that
good,
was
yeah.
fantastic. I'd say Cobra as well. Very good film, and I'm going to say Under Siege 2. I really enjoyed that one.
I like that.
Yeah. Danny says, do you enjoy the zombie TV series, Scott? I've only seen 2 seasons on DVD, but the second season's hard to get. Have you seen
Didn't
that,
know
Scott?
there was a series of it.
I think there's like a Dawn of the Dead TV series, but I've not heard the greatest of things about it. Didn't know it got 2 series though.
Not watched it.
Danny says, "Are you going to do any game streams in the future?" Yeah, I keep thinking about doing it. I have been asked a couple of times. Maybe do a stream where we talk about games, or I might actually do me like playing a game. Live stream it through the PlayStation, see what it's like. Rogue says, if you don't know what the baby buggy scene in The Untouchables is references, you don't know your cinema history. I do know it referenced something, and it's referenced in several different films as well. Gary says, when Elliot Ness confronted Al Capone in the hotel, it was a heated moment, but no deaths. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Robert De Niro was great as Al Capone, but they originally wanted Bob Hoskins for the role. I think he would have been just as scary as Al Capone, to be fair. Dr. Impossible says, interesting choice, Andy, with Powers Booth.
Yeah, fucking love that actor.
He's really good in Southern Comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really underrated film, actually. I love that film.
Yeah.
Same here.
We have Danny here saying, was in town today, saw this homeless woman, felt sorry for her, was about to give her some money, but she started swearing to her friends, then I walked away.
Yeah.
Danny says, does anybody remember the movie Flubber? I think Robin Williams was in it. Yeah, I used to love it as a kid. I'm not a big fan of it now, really. I think it's a John Hughes story, isn't it? Written by John Hughes. What do you think of it, Andy?
It's not a movie that holds up, in my opinion. I think the Robin Williams character is kind of an arsehole in that movie, because he doesn't turn up for his wedding 3 times in that film.
Wow.
Like he's a bit of a moron in that movie. Yeah.
Oh. Scott, what about you with Flubber?
Never watched it.
Mike, what about you with Flubber?
Yeah, I didn't mind it as a kid, but yeah, it probably doesn't hold up that much these days.
We have True Action Star of the Dow saying, favourite Dire Straits song? Nice pick there. Mike, can you think of any Dire Straits songs?
Yeah, I mean, there's the obvious ones like Sultans of Swing and Money for Nothing and all that, but there's 2 of my favorites that they're kind of deep cuts, and but there's one from their last album called My Parties. I think that's a great song, and there's another one from one of their earlier albums called Lady Writer.
That's good.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I was going to say Lady Writer.
yeah.
Lady Writer's really good, yeah. I agree there. What about you, Scott?
My 2 favourites are probably your latest Trick and Brothers in Arms.
Yep. Very good picks there. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Lady Writer, and another one that doesn't really get talked about much is One World.
Ooh,
I
that's a
think
good
I've heard
song.
of it, but I don't remember how it goes.
Yeah, I just love the bass line in that song.
Very good. For me, it's probably got to be Walk of Life's got a personal connection to me, because my dad used to play in the band, and that is the song I always remember him playing. So yeah, I'd say that. DVD from Film Bloke says, imagine if they played Living on a Prayer on loop, Andy.
I wouldn't want to.
No.
Just listening to that song
film
once.
so many times as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a very overplayed and kind of overrated song.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, which dead actor would you like to see in films today? Oof.
There's loads for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loads.
Bill Paxton, Rutger Hauer, I suppose.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Philip Seymour Hoffman. Oh, so many greats.
It's the ones that died tragically. I think that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see
died
back.
so,
like,
yeah. River Phoenix.
Yeah, Brandon Lee, River
Yeah.
Phoenix, Brittany Murphy,
Yeah.
Heath Ledger,
Yep.
Robin Williams, Phil Hartman, the two girls from the Poltergeist movie as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the voice actor girl who from Land Before Time, who was killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just loads I'd love to see back.
Absolutely.
Back in movies. Yeah.
Scott, what about you, mate?
Yeah, just most of the ones that Andy mentioned, to be fair.
Mike?
Yeah, same. Pretty much all the ones that Andy's mentioned.
We've got Marvel fan here saying mine is Money for Nothing. Great song. Gary says Pete looks a bit like the spaceman guy from the early 90s. I haven't got. Who's the spaceman from the 90s? Space.
I've heard of it, but I don't know who it is. I don't.
90s. Fucking. Jeez.
I know the song Spaceman by Babylon Zoo, but I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Oh my days. I haven't got a clue. I'm sure Gary will tell us more about it because I'm completely confused.
But I think I'm going to have to head off now, guys, because I'm knackered and I've got work.
No worries, mate. Yeah, we're nearly finished. But thanks ever so much for joining.
Amazing,
yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. Don't
Yeah,
forget,
no
everybody, Scott's live stream's on Friday night at 8 p.m.
Yep, looking forward to it as always. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking forward to seeing what random questions pop up as always. But yeah, bye everyone.
Take care, mate. See you soon, mate. We've got DVD from that say, we're halfway there. Living on a pear. Love it. Danny says, does anyone take showers in CX? It makes a nice change today. As CX, I went to had a Megan Fox lookalike. My jaw dropped when she served me, and they smelt nice. Lol. Wow. Jeez Louise. Andy says, Mike's cat say hello and wanders off. Cats rule the world. Oh, cats are amazing. Dr. Impossible says, shocking. One of my shows from my younger days was all. Yeah, 90 quid. Way too much. Andy says, New Year's, where you're younger, spend a fortune, get pissed. You waste the day after struggling with a hangover. Yeah, that's true. Danny says, I hope Marvel Phase 5 will be worth watching. Hopefully so. I think they've kind of took note of what happened with Phase 4 and they're going to try and fix it. So hopefully they do. Marvel fan says, can't wait for What If and Loki Season 2. I'm looking forward to Loki Season 2. Never could get into What If. Didn't like the animation style. Danny says, with TV shows, does anyone ever leave a note of which dish you're writing on paper? I'm great with remembering all the shows, so not great on games. Yeah, I just remember it all, mate. What about you, Andy and Mike? Same?
Yeah, I just remember.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Blog has an Excel spreadsheet for the DVD and Blu-rays, which I've been using since 2015 or so. Brilliant. I've been logging films I've watched on Letterboxd ever since June 2020. I used IMDb before, after the classics eyes, and someone else introduced me to Letterboxd. I've never looked back. Yeah, Letterboxd is much more easier to use, unless you get logged out of the bugger and then you can't remember your password. Then it's a bastard to get in. True Action Star Vidal says, night guys. Night mate, thanks for joining. Danny says Xbox One games are very cheap to buy now, good prices. Yeah, probably best time to buy them, mate. There's some good games on there. DVD Republic, I says, think regards to films I've seen, I have a pretty good memory of what ones I've seen and watch ones I've owned. Yeah, I think I'm about the same here. Dr. Impossible says Whitney could be a bitch, but she had a stunning voice. No, she did have a stunning voice. DVD Republic says I used to have bookmarks of HMV and Amazon links to titles I plan to get, but I've not updated it in a very long time, but it goes way back. Yeah, I sometimes have like little stuff I add to the watch list. Like if it goes down in price, I'll pick it up, whatever. Edward says, what's your most anticipated movie for 2023? We did talk about this earlier. I'll probably say John Wick or Super Mario Bros. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best Taylor Hackford film you've seen? Taylor Hackford. Have you seen any, Andy?
I can't place the name.
I'm now having a look. Oh, he's done quite a bit. He's done The Devil's Advocate. He's done Dolores Claiborne, La Bamba, and Ray. So I'd probably say Ray with God, what's his name? Oh,
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. Yes, that is. So that's a good film. But I've heard Dolores Claiborne's pretty good. So, what about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'll probably have to say La Bamba, to be honest, if he did that. I really enjoyed that film.
That was a good biopic, yeah.
Oh, and Blood In, Blood Out as well.
Ooh.
That's what I like.
That's a good one. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I didn't mind The Devil's Advocate. Thought that was pretty decent.
Oh, nice pick. DVD and Film Blokes is the only one I've seen is Devil's Advocate, so I could say that. I have Dolores Claiborne yet to watch it though. Edward says, have you guys seen Matilda the musical movie? I wonder why it was not on streaming on Netflix on Christmas Day like it said. It was, when do you think it'll be on Netflix now? And that's on Netflix all over the country by the UK for some reason. We're getting a Blu-ray of it February, March time. I think it's coming to Netflix in April, I've heard, for some reason. But I haven't seen it yet. Don't really have no plans to. I kind of prefer the original one. What about you guys?
I've just got no interest in seeing it. I didn't. I don't think the original called for a remake to be made, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I agree there. Marvel fan says, Pete, when will Soph be back on your live stream? Well, we'll hope to get Soph on again in the new year sometime. It's been a while. Danny says, love to see a complete steelbook box set of Bond movies. I don't think Ian Fleming would like the newer Bond films. Nah, I don't think he would like the newer Bond films, but I think most of the films have come out on steelbook. Granted, they're Blu-rays because they're all on Zavvi. Edward says, was watching Planes, Trains, Automobiles the other day on Channel 5. Got the DVD, but was watching it on Channel 5. Then came to car rental scene and it got badly edited out, not on full. Yeah, they wouldn't have none of that use of the F word. Oh, that's what got it. It's 15 rated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, good Hackford film was Jeff Bridges' films Against All Odds, Rachel Ward as the love interest, and a sinister James Wood. Great soundtrack too. Yeah, that is a good film. I can remember that one. Danny says, is there any movies you'd love to see in a steelbook collection or collector's box? Not really a big steelbook fan, to be fair. I'm not that fussed. What about you, Andy?
No, the one movie when it came out, I really wanted to get a steelbook of it, but it never got one, was probably Birdman.
That'd have been a nice steelbook. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not really a big fan of steelbooks, but going back to James Bond, I feel like those movies would look really cool if they released them on steelbook, but use like the original poster artwork on the steelbooks. Yeah. Like, I feel like they could look really nice. It would be expensive to buy them all, but they just look really nice if they included that original poster art.
That's a really good idea. I could see that being a nice collection, especially having them all.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea. DVD Film Bloke says, I'll check it out at some point, like years down the line. We've got Joe Darkin here saying, great chat as always. I really appreciate what you do for the community. You are helping physical media stay alive. Oh, thanks ever so much, Joe. Thanks so much for joining, mate. DVD Film Bloke says, random question. Have any of you ever had a DVD or Blu-ray which suffered from disc rot, which is a manufacturing defect where the layers of the disc come apart? I have had discs bought before that have been faulty, like DVDs. And to be fair, my copy of the Goodfellas was a bit bad because I remember watching it a couple of months ago for the first time, and it jumped a couple of times. That's the first time ever, but I don't think I've noticed disc rot. What about you, Andy?
No, I can't say I've noticed it. I've had faulty discs where they've had like air bubbles in, and then they've cracked open. But other than that, no.
What about you, Mike?
No, not really had disc rot. Sometimes faulty discs, but yeah, that's all really.
DVD Film Bloke says you can tell if a disc is discoloured or just doesn't play despite not having any scratches. Oh, that's true. That's true. The copy of Jersey Boys I got seems to be a perfect disc, but I put it in and it wouldn't play. No end of times it wouldn't play, and then I turned it off, turned it on again, and then it played, which was odd. Dr. Impossible says, yeah, some of the early Warner Brothers R1 discs from the States back in the early 2000s had disc rot. I checked away at least 5 Warner Brothers Region 1 discs back then. DVD Film Bloke says I heard Warner Brothers discs from the US between 2006 and 2008 were prone to it. I don't think it affects the UK discs of the same age. He continues to say, I believe in Region 2 and 1 early MGM discs were prone to rot. A lot of Warner HD DVDs are also prone to it. Gary says, with Mel as a director, the new Lethal Weapon will be great. Yeah, I think there's some solid stuff behind it. It's going to be a HBO Max exclusive, which is kind of an odd thing. I thought they'd put that out at cinema, considering how big the franchise is, but maybe it will come to cinema. Dr. Impossible says, I've not seen any UK discs fall foul of disc rot, but who knows? Most of the US discs are manufactured in third world Mexico. Oh. Yeah, DVD from Film Bloke says, I mean, I know UK HD DVDs from Warner's are prone to rotten. David says, sorry, what are your favourite movies from Chloe Grace Moretz? I like Kick-Ass. I think that's the only one I can really think of. Yeah, there's been a load of films, but a lot of them haven't been the greatest, but Kick-Ass was good. Andy?
500 Days of Summer.
Oh, she's in that.
Yeah.
I like that film, but I didn't realise she was in it.
Yeah.
Mike?
I honestly can't really think of that many that have like left much of an impression on me. Yeah, I can't really think of anything, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite a hard question, to be fair. Dr. Impossible says, Starlight, I did have a disc from the US on Blue Underground that had a strange mark on the underside, but I don't think it's rot. My Laserdisc collection was a pain in the ass. DVD Film Bloke says, whenever people think of disc rot, they think of Laserdisc. On Laserdisc, it's called laser rot, but it can kind of happen to every type of optical media. Yeah, of course, I can imagine it would. Danny says night or I'm off now. No, Danny, take care, mate. DVD from Film Bloke. Usually with Laserdisc, it's often the ones that are made by Sony, DADC, so a lot of Columbia, TriStar, and Warner Brothers titles in the late 90s are prone to it. Gary says the 90s was his favourite. Must be for music. Dr. Impossible says, I lost quite a few Laserdiscs to rot. I had a fairly extensive collection and lost over 50 titles. Wow. Yeah, I believe the Laserdisc database is a good guide to ones to avoid. Oh, it's good to hear. A lot of early 80 discs were buggers too. Dr. Impossible says, great when you paid about £40 to £60 on Laserdisc back then. Player had packed up quite a few times. It was a pioneer, and back then the cost of repair was high. I can imagine. Thumbs up to Andy. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, the studio should have hired better press implants or replace the rotted titles. Dr. Impossible says the technology and the quality control left a lot to be desired. Then VHS came, and to some degree, I actually wanted to keep my laser collection. DVD from Film Bloke says, if I could make a low-budget film, I'd make a movie called Zombie Attack in... We're not going to even go there. Yeah, you have more fun trying to pronounce the title. Lafan Pilly Gilly Willy, whatever. Andy Lake Stuff says you two are overrated compared to their longevity. They've only done maybe a dozen or a baker's dozen hits, if that. Yeah, that's fair enough. DVD Republic says tapes can be good providing you don't keep them. If you don't keep playing them or keep them in suitable storage conditions, I know I'm guilty of that, leaving them up in the loft. Dr. Impossible says some lasers had picture quality that were on the same level as VHS. DVD Filmbloke says GB News is a rolling news channel in the UK. It's basically British Fox News, so it's very right-leaning, a reactorial trash. Right. Dr. Impossible says in Cornwall, VHS suffered from damp conditions and humidity, two factors that made it hard to provide decent condition for storage. DVD Republic says, I just remembered it was the Movie Vault who said he lost a few MGM titles to rot, I think from around 2001 or so. Is that the guy from Ireland, the Movie Vault, Dr. Impossible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, I've seen his channel. He's got a great collection there. Dr. Impossible says, what, Andy? I just spat out my Sainsbury's mince pie, you dirty bugger. And then I was thinking you were Gentleman Mark II. But very nice choice in mince pie there, Dr. Impossible. Sainsbury's ones are very nice. But I don't eat the mince meat. I chuck that out and just eat the pastry. Odd eater, as always. Marvel fan says Robin Williams is a good actor, but I do think his character from Shakes the Clown is funny, and also same with his character from Death to Smoochie. I haven't seen either of those films.
I still need to see Death to Smoochie. I've not seen either of them, but I've heard of Death to Smoochie.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen either of them?
No, I don't think I have. Isn't I think Shakes the Clown, is that the one with Bobcat Goldthwait? Maybe I'm thinking of a different film.
Could be, yeah.
Not too sure.
David says, Pete, does Josh have a YouTube channel? The one you had on your live stream last time? Yeah, Josh has a channel. It's called Classic Reviews. If you just type up on YouTube, you'll find it. Or if you go to the last week's stream and just search in the description, you'll see a link to his channel. Just go and find him there. Dr. Impossible says orgies, pink pig juice, etc. Only on Playtendoguy stream. What's in store for 2023? I don't know. Plenty of more fun. Marvel fan says David Beach. I think it is Classic Reviews. Yeah. Andy says some of the OG poster art is a great idea. So Sean's posters are classics. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says Booth was a good in British-American co-production made for ITV in the 80s where he played Philip Marlowe in Marlowe. He was brilliant in that series. Very nice. David says, keep up the amazing work on YouTube. Happy New Year, guys. All the best. Oh, thanks ever so much, David. Happy New Year to you, mate.
Same to you, David.
And David says, everyone needs to subscribe to your channel. Oh, thanks ever so much, mate. And Marvel fan says, good night, guys. I hope you have a wonderful new year. Good night, Marvel fan. Hope you have a great new year too, my friend. The viewer Drew says, this is the final comment, saying, what do you think is Tom Cruise's most underrated movie? I think it's Mission Impossible 3. It's not my favorite, but people don't give it credit for putting the franchise in a new direction. Yeah, I could kind of get that one. Yeah, a lot of people after 2 weren't keen on it. I don't know. I think Jerry Maguire's pretty underrated. I do like that one. What do you think, Andy?
I'm going to say the Outsiders, but that movie has such an ensemble cast that it's not like he gives a bad performance and it just doesn't stand out because there's
so many
so
good
much talent in that
actors in
film. Yeah.
Oh, I still need to see that one. There's Patrick Swayze's in that, isn't he?
Yeah, loads of people. Patrick Swayze, Emilio Estevez, Ralph Macchio's in it. C. Thomas Howell's in it. Diane Lane. It's just an onslaught of talent in that movie. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. Another one I can think of is Edge of Tomorrow, or Live, Die, Repeat, whatever it's called. The biggest confusion there was its name. It kept changing it.
Yeah.
Really cool Groundhog Day sort of sci-fi film. Emily Blunt is great in it. Really enjoyed it. What about you, Mike?
I really like Valkyrie, the
World
War II one. Yeah, I love that movie.
That's a good one. I haven't
And
seen that in a while.
Yeah, it's a great movie, and I also really like Vanilla Sky as well. I think that's pretty underrated.
Yep. That's a good one. It's been a while since I've seen that one.
Yeah,
it's made a lot of good stuff. And the final comment of tonight is from Dr. Impossible saying, "Cheers, Scott." All right. So yeah, that is the final comment of tonight, and we still have 19 people watching, and we've hit 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I'd like to thank everybody who's still watching the stream. I'd like to thank Scott for joining tonight, being our last guest of 2022. And as always, I'd like to thank Andy and Mike for joining me. Everybody's links in the description down below, so be sure to give them all a subscription. So yeah, so time to finish up the stream now. So thanks ever so much, everybody, for watching. Hope you all have a happy new year, and we'll see you. Well, we have David Beach saying Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Good night. So yeah, hope you all have a cracking weekend, and we'll see you all next week in a brand new year. And who's the special guest next week? Wow, I'll have to ask them first, but see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.